Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say good afternoon and welcome. Welcome to a very special edition of the program ASHFORD GARLEY Live on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. You know, our country, Liberia, this is the only country we have, the only country where you can't be deported from. And when things happen in our country, I believe we have to talk about them. We can't just continue to sit and allow our country to go in the wrong direction. And that's one of the reasons why even on my off days, I will try to make myself available. And I will continue to have people who love Liberia as well to join us as we talk about this Mama Liberia. We are not here to dirty people name. You know, like they said, there's nothing in journalism as dirty the man name. And I got this from the veteran, the former information minister, Mr. Emmanuel, or the Reverend Emmanuel Boyer. He said, don't get into journalism just to dirty people's name. No, that's not what we are about. And that's why we'll do everything in our power to bring people who understand journalism, who understand professional broadcast. And I think this will help our country. It will help the upcoming broadcasters who will mold their minds. We'll tell them how journalism or broadcast should work. And if they have ears, they will listen. This will be our role. You know, I feel great right now because communication coming out of Liberia, especially for the folks in power, the folks in higher positions. They say we don't know which side ASHFORD GARLEY is on. And when people say that about you, you should be proud of yourself. I've said this to you on numerous occasions that I don't work for the government. I don't work for the opposition. Long before I made a decision, you know, I sympathize or empathize with the opposition. But the people that find themselves in the opposition, do they really mean well for the country? Or they're just waiting to get opportunity and start to do the same thing? So based on that, I say, you know what? I am just going to give it as I see it. And for the old who thinking as journalists, we have to be fair, accurate, balanced, and that's just how it should work. If you think British Radio Africa is a joke, then you need to call the office of the Assistant Secretary for African Affairs at the State Department. You need to call Amnesty International. You need to call international human rights groups. But these are people whose attentions have been drawn just to British Radio Africa. So when we place a call to you and say we need you to come and tell us what is going on in your country, sit down there and act like Mr. Big Stuff. The Justice Minister. People are dying. Citizens are dying in your country. You can't say anything. you are police director, citizens are dying. In some instances, they attempt to destroy properties. You can't avail yourself to the international platform. A couple of days ago, when I stressed that these people don't reach out to me today, I got a call from the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police, and he will be on the show yet later on. We shouldn't be calling you for you to tell the international community, Liberians in the diaspora, they work too hard for the money and they are sending the money to Liberia. I think they deserve to get some type of information. The more you sit on the information, you are destroying your country. You are destroying your administration. Listen, next week, I will be in Liberia. Next week, I ASHFORD the giant GARLEY will be in Liberia. I am not coming to Liberia to make trouble. I am coming to Liberia because I am a Liberian and I want to see what is going on in my country. Let me have the opportunity to go from one sector to another and be my own judge. At this point, you can't be involved in ESA or DC. Go on the ground. And Josh Weah knows that I'm coming to Liberia. The security people know that I'm coming to Liberia. You know why I say they know? It's because I sent my passport. I sent my American passport to the embassy in Washington, D.C. They received the passport on a Friday. On a Saturday, my passport got back to me with my visa inside to go to Liberia. And these people work for Josh Weah. So they already know that ASHFORD GARLEY is coming to Liberia. This country belongs to all of us. And I think the people need us. And Josh Weah can't buy me. The opposition can't buy me. You know what? I am set for the rest of my life. I can be in Liberia. I will get paid for the rest of my life because I pay my dues in America. I didn't come to America to joke. When I came to this country over 20 years ago, I bust my tail. And I'm in the position where I'm getting paid for the rest of my life because you know what? Something happened a few years ago, and hey, all I can say to you, I'm okay for the rest of my life. So I am coming to Liberia not as one of those 2x4 journalists. Let it be known that when you are given the opportunity to come on our platform, it's not free. You have to pay for the stuff. We spent years building this platform. We spent countless hours working on our craft. So if I'm supposed to be doing my other job and I'm on the radio, you just think that's something free? No. You have to pay for this stuff. The lights, the internet, the software that we use, the equipment. What do you think paying for it? You think according to George, we have to help him pay for it? Let's say the boiler dress and think the suits I wear. Tell me one of the ministers that work for George that can afford the kind of suits I wear. You know? You have people here talking for George Weah in America. Can they afford the clothing that I put on? No, they can't. The moment you see me start to support George Weah, that means I don't love my country. That means I don't love the people of Liberia. The things this boy did in 3 years, you come in and start to erase yourself. at the expense of Liberia and the poor Liberian people. You play professional soccer. Why didn't you do all of this? You wait till you become president. And this is what we get in return. And those who find themselves in the oppositions, in the day you become a politician, at night, you pick a phone and call George Weah to ask him for favors. Are these serious people? We have to be serious. And you need somebody that can look in the face of the people and tell them, say, you know what? This country has got to change. And you have to grow some balls to do those things. For the many years we've been in the business of broadcast and journalism, listen, if we didn't have anything, if we don't have anything, we have our name. And you have to continue to keep it up. Keep that name. Keep it up. We did journalism where we never got paid. We got underpaid. But we kept to our values because of the passion. Folks, the house is crowded. I have a lot of folks in the building. I interviewed St. Moses last Sunday. Today we are going to be breaking down the conversation we had with St. Moses. We want you to be part of the conversation. I have veteran broadcast journalist VOLCANO SHELTON backstage. I also have Samuel P. Jackson backstage. I have FLOMO backstage as well. We'll come on here. Later on, we'll open the telephone lines for you to weigh in as well. Folks, by way of introduction, this is the brother who doesn't eat iron, but he's definitely stronger than a lion. Jere, c'est tout pas yégué. C'est bon plus ora anje ko no chireji. Ma blo yo mu ko ya do blo. Ore no muzo ni wonje madobo to jrai adi wa po. Boro blai. Mare koyo. Boro sei. Do wen chance on the Azonzinho, Nroyo. The medicine of the microphone, the golden voice of Liberia, the broadcast commissioner. This is ASHFORD, the giant GARLEY. Welcome. And that's what, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to say good afternoon. And I have a full house in the building. Let me begin by introducing to you the friend and brother, D-Flo. D-Flo, hello and welcome to the show.
How you doing, Mr. ASHFORD?
Good. Too blessed to be stressed, as always, my man. I will allow you to just open up in a statement, just 30 seconds to a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. Thanks for the invite to appear on this Gangate show. Your podcast is making a lot of headway in our body politics, and I want to say this is an opportunity that I could not afford to just say no to. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, D-Flo. And I want to bring on next a broadcast journalist, somebody that I worked with at the Liberia Broadcasting System. As a matter of fact, he's been in the business a little longer than me. I learned from this guy when it comes to production. I mean, he's all about time and everything. Please join me in as we introduce to you Mr. VOLCANO SHELTON. SHELTON, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Unmute your mic, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We got to keep up with technology, ASHFORD. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to join in again to analyze the situation uh, unfolding regarding the three, missing individuals linked to Mr. Moses. This is a trending topic in Liberia, and I think that everyone should be concerned until the issue is resolved. Um, I want to also thank the brother for coming on, D-Flow. I hope that we will have a very, very productive, conversation today around the clips you're going to play. It will be analytical and objective as much as possible. While it is true that we cannot think for our listeners, our viewers, and all the other people who are going to, have an opportunity to this platform, we just have to stay the course in our professional department and, say as we see it. Or if we have to interview, we'll interview as we see it, and we will be as objective as possible. Because I think this whole trend we're taking now is kind of investigative journalism. Um, we don't know the story, we don't know the outcome. All we can do is probe and probe to the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we just said, please mute your device if you're not speaking. At this time, I want to go to the pops himself, uh, Mr. Sam G. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, hello and welcome to the show. You might want to speak a little bit louder, Sam.
I say I like to basically, say happy first Sunday to all of you, wherever you are, and let God nation. Ashford, we all were born in Liberia, and those even when they took citizenship, we all have a stake in that country. If Liberia does well, all of us will do well, and we all don't have to even be a part of government or work in government. Once the environment in Liberia is conducive, people to be safe and to carry on their life's ambitions, that's what makes countries. When people make individual efforts to improve themselves, to improve their surroundings, and to do business and create things, that's what makes a country. But it'll be very difficult on the current circumstances with these spate of unsolved and suspicious murders going on. And in the case of Gifty Lama and Albert Peters, it's been like it's going to 4 weeks now, and we have not even heard minimally what the causes of death of these two young professionals are. So I just want to appeal to the people in the government, like my Liberian people who are my political adversaries, where they are, we're all Liberians, let us at least, agree that that there's also unsolved murders in the country or deaths. The strings of unsolved deaths need to be resolved as quickly as possible so as to give a positive narrative out there for the people of Liberia.
Thank you. That's the voice of Mr. Sam P. Jackson, out of Atlanta, Georgia, the USA. Gentlemen, again, we listened to St. Moses last Sunday. And he had a lot of things to say. And I just don't want to be the person to do all of the talking in terms of the analysis, in terms of what we know or what we don't know. He said a lot of things, and we also had the opportunity to listen to one of the fathers of the missing young man. We had the opportunity to listen to the uncle of one of the missing young men. But we began the interview with St. Moses, and from the onset, let us take a listen to the first clip, and then you guys can come in.
First of all, let me invite the presence of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ asking him to console the hearts of these affected families for the irreparable loss. Um, the issue is ongoing investigation by the police. But I remain remorseful of what has happened. It was an accident. I will detail all that I know about it, but please let them accept my deepest regret and condolence. I am not from any of the traditional.
Gentlemen, any of you guys can come in. The fact that he said he wanted to express his condolence, you know, the word condolence is associated with death, something that you can't replace. Let me begin with Shelton. Shelton, unmute your mic and come in.
Honestly, I thought that was premature. Moses was not on the scene. He was not one of the survivors who was in the canoe and know for a fact that this gentleman drowned. He received the information from the individuals who accordingly accompanying the guys to the riverside and to cross them on the other side. So for him to have, given a condolence statement without evidence and seeing the body, I thought that was hasty. While it is true that he may have, hold on to what those guys said, he couldn't corroborate it. And he was not there. So that would be my position.
Sam Jackson, unmute your mic and come in, please.
Well, I don't like to play detective, but I'm just going to give you.
You are low. You're too low, Sam. You might want to speak a little bit louder.
Can you hear me, sir?
Now I can hear you. I can hear you now.
No, what I'm trying to say is, I don't like to play detective, but as a matter of human concern, I would like to see, much more compassion, and I would like to see a much more analysis. I would like to see much more from Saint Moses. Here is the thing, Ashford. From what I'm gathering, I think you heard I think it was either someone got kind or the young man's father said that Moses had called someone, a pastor, around 9 o'clock, and he said that he had gotten the news that the young man the canoe had capsized. But I also heard Moses say when he was talking in early that they woke him up around 11 o'clock. And I'm not a psychoanalyst, but that is a reason why we need some investigation into the matter, at least from competent professionals, and it's very sad that a country of 5 million people with the quantum of educated people that we have all over the world. I know Liberians here who work for police departments. I know Liberian forensic pathologists in this country. I know Liberians are working in all areas in all parts of the world. And at least if they don't have the expertise in home, at least minimally, what they could be doing is to at least, that's why I've always asked them to put out a database of Liberian professionals around the world that they can call upon so we can build a domestic capacity for this kind of thing, because the politics of this act was very, very bad. Just the narrative, just loan it. A country 173 years old, it takes 4 weeks for you to get a forensic report on the cost, and also, Nobody has examined scene. As far as I'm concerned, the police, they have not called a conference. The Ministry of Justice have said nothing. So, and then in the midst of this, they think about taking a what they call it, traditional leader there, and then they're talking about the poorer society. This is the 21st century. And yeah, okay, thank you, very much.
Thank you. We have to kind of just limit our answers on 2 minutes. Diplo,
Thank you, as for and to the team.
you might want to increase the volume of your system.
Okay, so thank you to everyone for coming on, and to the veteran journalist Shelton and the OPAB Jackson there. I want to say thank you all for being a part of join you guys today to talk about Liberia when it comes to some of the happening in our homeland in Liberia. But when I agree with the veteran journalist here, Shelton, that it was a premature statement. You got a statement, you got people call you to tell you some of these things that they told you. Here you are completely coming out to begin to talk about condolences, a condolence to the bereaved family. What do you know so much? All you can say is what they told you. You have to wait for all of the facts to come out before you can know what actually happened. But you are running the table. When we look at this tape ahead of us, when we look at all of the recording, we're going to find out that he's going to say some things that are completely outside of the box of the investigation. Things that, of course, if we're talking about in the West, he will be talking about police asking him to come to the police station for investigation.
Thank you. Shelton, on the other end, you heard Mr. Blamo say that he still has faith that his boy is alive. And these boys or these young men are still alive, and they have been held against the will. And he's 100% confident that he will see these young men alive. Shelton?
Yeah, so as we go back to the analytical mind, take for instance, Moses' premature condolence message with no evidence of a body being found when he, in fact, sent out the condolence message. That in itself, I think, gave grounds to the father to have believability that his son is still alive and the others are still alive. Because up to the moment when he sent that condolence message, none of the bodies were found. There was no wreckage of the canoe. They were still investigating the site. No one knew exactly where to cross. Accordingly, the people, because they went there in the night. So I think that in itself gives the father the foundation to say, wait a minute, somebody's putting the cart before the horse here. And so there could be something fishy about this whole thing. And so I think that's where he draws his conviction from, that his son and others are still alive.
Sam Jackson? Unmute your microphone, Sam. Unmute your mic.
Yeah. Plain advocate here, and giving St. Moses the benefit. I think maybe he is confused, but if he's confused, he needs to get unconfused as quickly as possible, because he faced not legal liabilities for this case, and he also had some legal issues that we'll be facing. So, the public for the rest of his life, he will be viewed as somebody whose actions or the disappearance of 3 young men in prime of their lives. So I think it needs to be a speedy investigation, and I haven't heard him reading the dailies and look online. I think anybody who was involved in the situation like that, one of the first things to do is to resolve the matter, at least forensically, to understand exactly what is going on, so as to clear your name for vindication. So I will hope and pray that he will call and he has the financial resources to motivate speedy investigation. He's a millionaire. He's been in business for a long time. He does very well. And in everything in Liberia, I mean, there's a cost attached to it. And I mean, you know, he should try to motivate. He should probably tell the police and people like whatever he can do, to provide them logistics for them to investigate if he truly wants to clear his name.
D-Flow?
Yes, sir. Thank you again, ASHFORD. I think why we listen to the entire clip, when it comes to the field of criminology, I'm not just a journalist. I also hold a degree in criminology. And quantity analysis are things that people do. You look at facts of the case. You look at both sides. You do internal. You do a interview with somebody, in-depth interview with people involved in the episode or the allegation, the people who are surrounding the case. So when we look at Mr. Moses here, there's still a lot for us to learn from this brother. He's not coming as he's supposed to be coming to the public. There's something about him that I don't want to say that looks to me like something is fishy here. Because this is the same man in this clip. I played part of it yesterday. In this clip, that St. Moses is running the table if to say, you don't need to be an investigator. I mean, the people died. It was an accident. It happened. Anything can happen on the sea. Somebody just, I mean, 6 people in a canoe, right? Those that die are the Una people that came from Monrovia, not those from the village, though. And the people from the town are telling the Liberian people that nothing that is happening here. There is no canoe came on the side here. We've never seen it. We have not seen anything to look like people came here to look for something on the St. Paul River here. So there's still a lot for us to hear from Mr. Moses. And I hope you can bring him back here for him to tell the Liberian people what actually happened.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, this is a very special edition of ASHFORD Got It Live on Bridge Radio Africa. And I want to say a big thank you for taking enough time of the business schedule week. That this is simultaneous. We're also on YouTube as well. Let us go to clip 2. Take a listen.
JR arrived on the field a little past 2 o'clock. He came straight to me. Oh, Papa Moses, I'm here. I said, oh, thank God, JR. Pretty good. Listen, go to the camp. It's 5 minutes from here. Someone will escort you there. Go to the camp. You see the ATV, because he had been the very person servicing it when I was in Monrovia, when his father sold it to me. Okay? Go, you see the ATV, ask of the key, start it up, but it's not going gear freely. That's how Jared left. I even told him food was there. They went, they ate. Within an hour, which was now a little going to 4 after 4 p.m. Saturday, Jared returned to me on the field and told me, oh, Papa Moses, I'm finished with the bike. I said, this quick? But what was wrong with it? He said, oh, you know, we did some conversion on the bike, so the speed that is required before you shift the gear, the speed is too high. So when you're shifting the gear, it will always grind, like something fighting to match. I said, but I don't understand that. It shouldn't be that way. But however, let me get through from the field. I will come. You show me what you did. He said, okay. He waited. So we returned to the town, understanding that the electrical installation was properly done, but one of our motors was faulty. When we bargained with the electrician, he charged, we paid him what we agreed upon. Then I turned on to Mr. BLAMO's son, JR, to show me what he had done on the bike. He showed me what he did on the bike, which was the same problem on the bike, but he showed me a shortcut to start keeping gear move. So that was done. I paid JR 50% of what I asked, that I told him I would pay him, and that when he gets to town, he can collect the other 50% from the funeral home. That was over with. As I'm speaking to you, we were around 6:15 going to 6:30 in the evening. The electrician demanded that once he's paid, he's leaving, he needs to go. The biker too said he wouldn't sleep the second time over there. He has to leave also. So both of them had agreed to go. It was when Blamo's son, J.R., heard them saying they were leaving. He said, look, Papa, I have to go. I got church to go to. I cannot sleep here till Sunday. Please, I have to go. So I will go with these guys. The banker said, okay, I can take the two of them to town. I said, but J.R., look at the time, man, gentlemen. Just sleep over. It's already late. They swear they would not sleep. That's how my partner decided to get 4 guys from the camp to escort them with the intention that when they get across and these guys leave for Moravia, those 4 guys will remain sleeping in King village and bring the hoods that was left there. That was the plan. As they were going, my partner asked the welder to take the faulty motor along also. So there were 8 persons that left the camp that evening. They all went. A little after 7:30, 8 o'clock, normally I go to bed soon. I left and went to bed. They were outside watching DVD. By 10 o'clock, a few minutes after 10, my partner was sitting on my bed, trying to wake me up. Moses, you have to get up. You have to get up. When I got up, he said, there is trouble. There is trouble. I said, what trouble? He said, the canoe carrying those workers have capsized. Man, listen, I was off. Well, the canoe had capsized. And as we speak, according to information, 3 persons made it across the shore. 3 persons are missing. And those 3 are the 3 that came from Moravia. Man, I almost collapsed. However, we were very frantic on the camp now. Everybody moving about. What do we do? So a little after 11 o'clock, before I could really, come to myself, I said, no, this news cannot get to Mr. BLAMO without someone conveying it to him from me. And I did not have the willpower to call Mr. BLAMO. I cannot. That's how I contacted his priest Harrison of the Lady of Lords Church into a farm, Bridgewater Island. I talked with him. I explained what had happened. The priest said, Moses, there's nothing we can do now. Just stay calm. Tomorrow morning, I'll inform the other priests, and we will arrange to go and meet Mr. BLAMO. And that's how it went.
They contacted the priest. Gentlemen, wait till tomorrow. We will wait and reach Mr. BLAMO. My friend, for 30 years, something mysteriously happened. I don't have the coverage to call him, to tell him about the unfortunate situation. We asked them to sleep over. It's too late. You can't go to town now. But they insisted that they wanted to come to town after we pleaded with them. Then my partner, according to him, said to me, wake up. The canoe that were carrying the people capsized. 3 people survived. 3 people allegedly drowned. And those 3 people are the ones that came from Moravia. Shelton?
Yeah, I'll play devil's advocate, like people say. Irrespective of how long you know a person, there's just certain news you don't have the strength, to pass on. You and I know it, and it's even me. Yeah, if somebody's child died, for me to go to them directly, it might be hard. So I would have to go through a surrogate or someone, because how do you review that message? So Personally don't see much with that. Um, if you look back, he said that he was frantic. The whole camp was in chaos. It took him a little over an hour to gather himself, and the best route to take was to go through the priest. Um, but then at the time of night, is like, why do we wake up Mr. Blamo this time of the night with this kind of information? Let's wait till day breaks. You hang in there, and we do. Um, Everyone had the reason for going the route they went. In other cases, yes, Moses would have called Mr. Blamo to say, listen, what I'm about to tell you is unfortunate, but I still have to tell you because I know you as a brother. We've known each other for all these years, and you know I would do nothing to harm you. But it's an unfortunate situation I'm about to reveal to you. Your son, Junior Boer, and the rest of those guys uh, demanded that they wanted to leave the camp, and an unfortunate event took place. They were attempting to cross the river, and the canoe capsized, and accordingly, the three of them are missing. I wouldn't even use the word drowning because who knows? They could have swam to the shores on the other side. So I would just say that it's alleged that they're missing, and it's nighttime. So right now, I'm gathering people for us to go to the riverside to do X, Y, Z. So you can look at it from two schools of thought. Um, and that would be my thought around it. So he may have chosen the latter, but he could have done this still by calling Blamo. And if he didn't have the strength and nerve, then he did what he had to do to call Blamo's priest, who could have conveyed the information. So he could have done it from both ways. That's my position.
Sam Jackson, unmute your microphone, please.
Yes, Ashford. You know, this this is very this is very troubling. If you're a my friend for 30 years, there is nothing that I would not be able to tell you. Of course, excuse my language. If I slept with your wife, I won't call you and tell you that. But I'll be the best person to tell my friend that there's a tragedy, and if it's a true friend, unless of course that relationship was transactional, meaning that Moses looked at Blamo as somebody who worked for him, and because he worked for him, he did not have that emotional ties to him, because it happens in Liberia a lot. People who work for us, like many of us, who live in Liberia, like have people like maybe they serve as a worker for us, or security for us, or cook for us, or repair our cars. We don't have any emotional attachment to them. But let's look at it. If Blamo was his brother, okay, or if Blamo was his sister, would he be calling a priest to call your brother, or to call your sister, or to call your mother if a tragedy happened in the family? Why are you calling a priest? It appears to me that he wanted some kind of buffer. He had some kind of buffer because he knew what the reaction for this guy was going to be, and he knew that there were some transgressions that may have occurred. Because I also heard that the father was very clear to him that he did not want his son to return to Monrovia at a late hour.
Thank you.
And yes. So, but I think I should just give him another minute. I think it's important, and also I've heard that Moses said there was nothing wrong with it. Now he explained something about the speed of the bike and how long it took. Now, look at the time. He said the boy arrived at 2 o'clock, right? Mm-hmm. Now, he said the boy arrived at 2 o'clock. Then it took about an hour. Then he said it was close. It was after 4 o'clock. Okay, then the boy called him and said he finished fixing the bike. And look at the time when the boy then said they were leaving to the time the call. It took 3 hours. So you have to ask yourself, how long is it from the mine site to the river? How long people have to walk? And I know that in most of those villages there, people from Monrovia don't walk those kind of areas. They basically get on their motorbikes in almost every village in Liberia. You know, and that would be a motorbike that will be taking you to the river if it's about an hour or two to walk. So I'm very suspicious about that part of the narrative that Moses gave.
D-Flow, unmute your microphone, please.
Thank you. I agree with both the veteran journalist Shelton and Jackson, Pop Jackson here. It would have been either way you can do this thing here. Because of the condition, and then you don't know he's your buddy, right? Reaching out to him and just to tell him something that on the phone will look different to him. You don't know what reaction he will actually go, what kind of mode he will go and maybe kill himself, because this is a bad news, right? So I think it was a good thing for him to have reached out to a priest, for the priest to prepare, because such a man is a man with understanding of how to approach such a situation, how to go about to reach out to the person and say, hey, this is the situation that we are, and maybe calm down the person at the moment and have some people stay with the individual for a while to monitor the person. So I think I agree with the veteran journalist and that of Mr. Jackson here.
Okay, let us move on to the next clip. Mr. Moses is still on here trying to convince you all. Want to go to clip number 6. Remember now, we did the 3, 4, and 5. Now this is clip number 6. Take a listen.
Sunday, we left the camp with the intention of passing around through Torata into Bomai to mobilize, inform the authority to mobilize search. It was how on Sunday we arrived in Bomai. Monday, I went by the police station, gave them the statement of what transpired, gave them the statement, and then I was in Bomai there when family started arriving. Okay, the whole of Monday I was there. And then they started threatening us. That's how I left and came to Kakata. Honor security advice, go away from here. We are going to handle this issue and get back to you. If we need you, we'll call you.
Go away from here. We are going to handle the issue. When we need you, we'll call you. So he left from Bon Mines and went to Kakata. People are saying why Moses was not involved in helping the family to find the missing boys or the missing young man, why he was not there. He felt threatened. Gentlemen, anyone you guys can come in. Shelton?
Yes, Ashford. And you and I know it is the common theme, especially in Liberia. And it happens here in the U.S., where, you know, the perpetrator of a crime against a person, a family member of the group will try to jump that person, even in court. You've seen that, you know, and while that person is being convicted, somebody would come from the family group to attack that person while in court. And of course, yes, the issue was sensitive and is sensitive. In that moment, people didn't trust the protests. People did not believe that the authority were going to do what it was supposed to be doing. So they wanted to, you know, take the law in their hands. And to some degree, I said a few nights ago here that our securities, our law enforcement people have accountability to all citizens, whether convicted or whether victims. And so at that point, Moses was not a suspect. He could have been a person of interest. There were 3 people who have been the suspects because they were the survivors. However, Moses may have detailed his story up to where the three men left the camp, accompanied under the presence of the other five people. One of them was the person who paddled the canoe, and the other four security guys. Um, Accordingly, six of them got on the canoe, and uh, three passed, and three survived, plus the other two who were on the other side of the river and didn't cross. So security said, "You need to get out of here. When we need you, we will call you," because his body of evidence only had to do from where they left the camp up to the point where they got to the river. And the body of evidence, or say what we would call statement, came from the survivors. So I wouldn't say that he had every means of being there with him, consoling and so forth, because he was very clear that they started to insult him, they started to blame casting. So for his own, life and safety, the security had to give him, their position. So I don't see any problem with that.
The floor.
Yes, again, he's right. Shelton is right here. We know. I'll give you an episode, incident I was part of in 2015 when I followed JMB to go for his post-Ebola visitation in Lofa County. We arrived in Foya, his hometown. While driving through the town, a motorcycle managed to cross in front of our vehicle, the journalist's car, and the driver hit him. So my thing is that that was the first time I have for me to be involved in something like that in Liberia. So my friends in the car are like, "You gotta calm down, D Flow. This is Liberia. My violence in this place is these people can burn this vehicle at any moment. We cannot respond. Despite he's in the wrong, we have to behave that we don't even know what happened. Let's just pretend that he's right for now." So he is absolutely right. Shelton is right. In Liberia, when something happens, if you are the one that they're looking at that allegedly involved in that process, you got to get away from there. Because people just think that they have to take laws in their own hands at all time. Because the justice system does not provide a clarity for people to be prosecuted. Victims they don't get the direct benefit they need. The cases are on the docket. Nobody goes to court. People go to court. When they do, they don't get fair play. Injustice everywhere. You have to bribe the system. You walk to the court so many times appealing for your case to be set for investigation. So people have decided in Liberia that they can just take things in their own hands. So if you are involved in anything in Liberia, like we are discussing here with St. Moses, you have to just walk away and allow the people to play the role. You be on the back side. So I agree.
Sam Jackson.
Thank you very much, D Flow and Shelton. Look, the system in the country, I've been a victim of that. Not even from politics, okay, just from running a Liberia. I ran a gas station there, and I had a Total gas station, and one of the managers at Total was driving with visor and diverting, thousands of gallons of my gas. If a 10,000 gallon truck, there were 2,000 in the tanks, and they would go and sign for the 10,000 thing, and then take the 8,000. I took to the Monrovia City Court, the district attorney, all documents, everything. I had all the evidence, and you know that they stole all the evidence from the district attorney. If somebody else, me, with the kind of resources I had, could not get justice in the country, where I was born, and where I look at myself as a man with this prominence, cannot get justice in that country. The reason the country is always teetering on the brink is because of the lack of justice. And I think people who get to power, that one of the things they should be working on, and I just hope and pray that people in law enforcement in Liberia, other Liberians who are done law enforcement, lawyers, prosecutors, police officers, and others, if you don't strengthen that justice system for people to feel like they can get justice, and even if, for example, there was a legitimate canoe capsizing, questions like number one, ASHFORD, who owns you? For example, okay, the person in a civilized country, the person who owns that canoe has legal liability. You should have insurance to put the life of the people. Then the other thing is the life vest. I mean, as for what kind of country are we? Are we? This is the 21st century, and we would put 3 or 6 people on a canoe, you know, in the night with no life vest that have of on it to identify them, you know, and you take them across a river with strong current, you know. That when you live in Liberia, you pretty much put your life on the line, and this is a country that we should be enjoying in the 21st century. This is not a country that we should be grieving from in the 21st century. Okay, I call some of my friends today, big shots. They in there, they on the beaches in Monrovia, drinking tea, smoking their cigar. You know, and people like us here, you know, we would like to be there, and some of the things our ancestors keep to because of number one, the medical situation, the legal situation, the political situation, and I mean, the advantage that a lot of people have to that. You know, when you hit somebody, and you look like a responsible person, even if you are not wrong, just I check to bring your car down. Even if the motorball runs into your car, you know, we can't be living in a kind of country like that.
Okay. We want
Okay.
to
We want
go to the next clip, but just before we do that, just so you know, following this next clip, and you guys come in with your analysis, then we'll open up the telephone lines to those of our brothers and sisters who want to weigh in as well. So let us take a listen to the next clip.
Those guys who survived were turned over to the authorities in Bromine. I returned to Kakata, calling, monitoring the site. When they need money for anything, I will have the money disbursed to them via mobile money. That's how high I've been. I remain in Kakata, monitoring activities on the field at the water side till Thursday. I even pleaded with the police in Monrovia. Listen, I need to leave Beaumont and come to Monrovia. All right? So that you people will get a full story of this thing. And say, we have our people on the ground there. They are investigating. We'll get back to you. You stay where you are. And I was in Kakata till Thursday under the watchful eyes of the Bon County Police Director, Mr. Nipe. Okay? When Monrovia called him and asked him to convey us to town. In fact, the family had brought the chief zoo, that the chief zoo should go and check and what have you, started tarnishing my reputation, demonstrating at the funeral home that I'm hiding in the funeral home. In fact, I was escaping to Sierra Leone. I was arrested. Their children did not drown. I went and hijacked their children, holding them hostage to perform ritual acts. For what? For what? I've built my reputation over the years without committing criminal acts. Nothing, no business activity will I partake in that I would want to use human blood. I depend on God, and God has made me successful. I have passion for mining. I'm a very successful funeral director. I own the largest funeral facility in Liberia and the best. There's nothing that I would need, that I will revert to killing people. How will I even go in that area? I'm not a power society member. How can I even go capture people in the bush of that society? Never. But I respect the family. They are hurting. I refuse to talk about this issue because I do not want to render them disrespect during their period of grief. But the misinformation is too much. People don't even know me. They just talk. They don't know me. So I respect the family. They are in serious denial. I agree, especially from my brother, Mr. BLAMO. He lost a daughter a year ago. He lost his lovely younger son March of this year. Then his junior boy putting a work for me. Then I will go inform the father, say your son to me. Then I will be that foolish to grab the boy after the father knows his son is with me. Grab him and keep him in the bush for ritualistic act. Then I don't think that medicine men that directed me even have sense. And then I'm a fool. So this is the issue. This is the issue. It's unfortunate that these guys got drowned. Unfortunate. Had they listened to us, remain on the camp till tomorrow. Had they listened, this would not have happened.
Had they listened to us, remain on the camp until tomorrow. I am not involved into any pro-society. I don't know what they're talking about. If you listen the other day, the father to one of the missing young men said, Moses is involved into the pro-society, the Niji, and all kinds of the stuff. The man said he's not involved when it comes to the pro-society. And why would I be foolish? Why would I be foolish to kill somebody and take their blood? I mean, we're all playing the devil advocate here down, you know. But for the first time, this is a different kind of Moses that is fighting for his life. He's fighting for his reputation. Some said they saw him going towards the Sierra Leone border, trying to cross. Shelton, you just listened to Moses. How do you respond?
Well, Ashford, I was jotting down some things because I wanted to stay the course. He said that he was under the watchful eyes of the police commander after he was told to stay away. However, he was still monitoring things, giving some money to help in the process. And of course, you come to think about it, Liberia is unfortunate. Our law enforcement does not have logistics. You know, how can you go to the police station for redress and they say, oh, the police can go with you, but you got to pay away or you got to bring transportation. That in itself compromises the process. And Moses being considered a man of money, if he didn't do something, it would be the same thing to make all the money that his best friend's son, and he's not providing anything. But honestly, D-Flow studied criminology. Just the fact that Moses is dishing up money gives an impression to the people that he wants to bribe or he wants to have hands around the process because he's hiding something. In the same token, if Moses does nothing again, then how can he be heartless? He also talked about the involvement of chief zones. Why are those in the investigation process in the 21st century when we should have forensics, when we should have an investigative team set up by the Liberian government to go and probe, and we should have the Coast Guard sending, you know, their department to go and dredge the river, divers and so forth. So we're still operating in the old. Again, because Moses, they have been given the opportunity to stay away under the watchful eyes of the police commander. People didn't see him around. They assumed that he was fleeing the country. You know how we're quick to speculate. And he came here and said that let the security people rebuke what I said, because I was never anywhere near Sierra Leone border. And as of now, no one has come up from the security apparatus to say that, yes, we did arrest Moses at the border. But then he also talked about his name and his reputation. Of course, when something like this takes place, you've been a prominent citizen in the country, and you are convinced that the circumstance that is happening, you know, has the propensity to disrupt your reputation, you will have to say something. even you, Ashford, especially having the microphone to your advantage, knowing that probably you're innocent. And I'm not saying that Moses is innocent, but I'm just looking at the fact that he took stand, to uh, uh, protect his reputation. He talks about the respect for the family. He said that he respected the situation. He has respect for the family, but he only came to, uh, do his first interview because things were going all over the place. And then again, we say if Moses was silent, then he's hiding something. We're saying the government is not speaking because they're hiding something. The president is not addressing this because he's involved. We're quick to speculate rather than allow the process to take place with all of the parts coming together. So there's a lot of misinformation on all sides. Nothing has been, definitive throughout this whole process. Mr. Blamo, all of his information is coming from third party. Mr. Moses, all of his information came from third party. The government has not given any positional statement or released a press statement to say, listen, we've drawn our conclusion based on all of the evidences, all the things we've done systematically to arrive at this point, and this is what we're going to present. So all of this muddies the water, and I continue to say that. And until that the government can take the forefront, to do this investigation in a way that it should be going, as I said, bringing the different tributaries in from the Coast Guard to dive, bring divers in, security, pressing the 3 guys who survived, combing the area, doing a lot of different things. We're still going to continue to have hearsay, misinformation,
Thank you,
and we're probably not going anywhere, with this.
Sam Jackson, I'll meet your phone and coming real quick.
Yeah, like as I listen to Moses, I'm thinking as a father, a grandfather, and a great grandfather to one child. He has a daughter. You asked for that call. I think you called on your show one time. I think she lives in Philadelphia, and she was very excited and she was very abusive. My question to St. Moses is this: if you had 3 of your American that came to visit you on a camp, would you put them in the evening to cross a very treacherous river at that time? Well, that is the question, and that is the thing what I'm talking about.
He said he pleaded with them. He said it is too late. And he said, I stood my ground.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
I would call BLAMO. I would BLAMO, and I was saying to BLAMO, I would try to clear myself. That's just look. If you speak to my wife about anything, if I tell anybody something, and I need a witness to be there, say I told you, don't do it. Okay, I will call his father, who happens to be a friend of mine, and I will look at the danger, and I will say to him, want your son to cross that river tonight. If you're gonna cross that tonight, anything happens, I'm not responsible. Therefore, if you want him to cross the river, the right is between you and him. That's the way people who run businesses, to call themselves the most successful funeral director. You run a business. You run a business when you have to de-risk. You have to mitigate the risks. You have to do insurance. You have to do a lot of these things. If you're running a business and in a third world country, and you have a mine in a third world country where people's children, okay, you don't have the safety valves for these people. You don't put up safety procedures. Any mining operation anywhere in the world that I have gone, even if it's alluvial mining, there are basic safety measures, and they got security officers, they got risk mitigators. If you're just running a banana company over there just to get the diamond to send children to school in America at the risk of other people's lives, the people who are working for him, What kind of medical facilities are over there? Let's assume that those. Let me finish. Let's assume that them were drowning and they had a God, and they couldn't breathe. Okay, where they were not dead. Does he have a medical facility in the camp that can provide CPR for those children to bring them back to life? As well, let us stop joking about development here and running your country. If we're going to be serious about doing things, Moses has traveled to this country a million times. You've been all over the world. You can't be running a backward or alluvial mining thing, getting down and enriching yourself and your family, live in luxury in America at the detriment of other people in Liberia there. It's not correct. It's very wrong. And finally, he's criminally negligent for if those children die, the deaths of those children. He is responsible. He may not have physically tested them, but by his sheer act of negligence, okay, and lack of love and compassion for other people's children, so he sacrificed them. I mean, I'm saying the word literally. He sacrificed them. He should never have allowed the children to get on that canoe there. They're not informing BLAMO, his best friend. He must have instant access to BLAMO. Why you can't say, BLAMO, son, you're not leaving. I'm going to play your part. That's how responsible men and women behave. ASHFORD.
Thank you, Sam.
Yes, man.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. And for the first time in a long time, Sam, the people are saying what you just said is 100% correct. And I want to go to D-Flow.
Yeah, you see, we are talking about, when I look at this whole issue here, I know we're going to talk about Zanza Kawa, the traditional process. Is going to the place to find a ring on the St. Paul River. And the people are alive on the island here. All of the kind of discussion, I know we might get to discuss something like that, look at Zanza Kawa and the tradition and the whole Naya of the whole process. But here, Mr. Moses is discussing about his repetition. And we're going to base you on a repetition. There are so many people, politicians, business people in the world, especially in Africa. When we look at them, many of them lack what we call good repetition. They are involved in a lot of different things here. Look at what the Honorable Jackson just said here. Look at what he said. He's right. If you want to talk about a repetition, why didn't you have insurance? Do you have insurance for these people? This is a terrain that you allow them to travel. They go on to St. Paul to go try out your business to work for you. You need insurance. You can't then put these people on the St. Paul River, and you know it's deep enough, but you allow them to go on the St. Paul River to go across on an island for them to go for you. We understand unemployment is high in Liberia. It might likely be 90%. However, people take risks. They go through these things, but when you call yourself repetition, Mr. Moses, you have to come in with assistance so that we don't caution your repetition here. So when you talk about, I'm a successful businessman, this is that, too, you run into the police commander. What police officers are the most corrupt people on the continent in Liberia. They are very corrupt. They call people to send them, of course, right now we have this mobile money system. A policeman can say, we're in Lofa County and call somebody, send me $25 mobile money. They are corrupt. They are corrupt. So here you are in Magibi, you are in Kaka Town, you are in Magibi, you're not in Bomas, you are not in Bon County, you are stationed, you are with the police commander. What are you doing with the police commander? You got no business to be under the protection of the police. You have no business to be there. Something is not adding up here. Something is not adding up here. He's sending money when they need money. Why is money involved into this? Why are you talking about money? We are talking about the lives of 3 young people. But you are discussing money. Police commander in Kakata, police commander is taking money from you, Mr. Moses. He's taking money from you. These guys are corrupt. I'll leave it like that.
ASHFORD, perhaps you just piggyback off. ASHFORD, can you hear me?
Okay, ASHFORD, let me continue because it looks like he's in the background. He's talking to somebody there. So we are talking about 15 days. 15 days. People have been missing for 15 days.
Thank you. I just want sorry for the little breaking there. I heard Shelton calling to
Yeah, just to piggyback of Mr.
Go ahead.
Jackson. Yeah, so yeah, I think that was a very, very good observation from the big brother regarding Moses not calling the father when there was persistence on the part of the electrician, because the electrician apparently was the oldest of the three, and being a man of his own and had to be back in Monrovia according to the story for his mother's feast and all of that, he was able to persuade the biker, and it was when the little boy said, "Let me just go." By that point, knowing the danger, and who crosses a river in the night, especially if you're a stranger in that area, that was where he flawed. And let's say this, that it was a big error. He could have called, Mr. BLAMO, his friend and brother, to say Junior Boy is persistent about leaving, even the other guys wanting to go, but I'm not going to let your son go. So I want you to speak with him. And maybe at that point, all of this will have not happened. So yes, he really made a big boo boo, like would say.
Okay, folks. At this time, we want to go to the telephone lines where folks can begin calling in and to give us their input. And the number to call is 248-979-1718. We'll take a few calls and we'll visit the last batch of the clips we have on here tonight. So once again, you want to weigh in. 248 is the number. 979-1718. This is Ashford Got It Live. We're live on Bridge Radio Africa. We're also live on BridgeRadioAfrica.com. We're live on the Bridge Radio Africa YouTube channel. So you can begin calling now. And speaking of the calls, we have a few callers already in line to weigh in. I'm telling you, man, the phone is off the hook. And folks, please bear with us as we make ourselves available to these callers. We're going to take the first 5 callers. So please stop calling now. We have 5 callers already. And I want you to please stop calling. No more call, please, as we'll reject the call. So we have on the line 9634. 9634. Please tell us your name. The last 4 digits of your number. 9634. Tell us your name.
My name is,
Hello. My name is Ben, and I'm calling from Minnesota. How are you?
hello.
Hold on, man. Somebody's speaking. 9634. If I don't call the last 4 digits of your number, please don't speak. Okay. We have Ben on the line from Minnesota. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah.
And gentlemen, please take your notepads as you will respond to these callers. Go ahead, Ben.
Yes. So what I actually want to say is that I tend to agree with a lot of what the panelists are saying. However, there also seems to be Monday morning quarterbacking here. What if people have done this or did that? I mean, it is true, but some of these things sometimes when you are in the heat of some of of not knowing what will happen, sometimes people make these kind of decisions and they regret it. I totally agree that Moses would be held liable. I mean, if all those children actually got drowned, he would be held liable. And with regards to why some of the stories are not aligning, people need to understand that the way our mind responds to a trauma, in the first 2-3 days, most of the information that people give out to the press might not be exactly how they.
That's right. Ben believes that Moses will be held liable the way he's saying things. Thank you, Ben. Let us move to Murphy. Murphy from Minnesota. Murphy, welcome you live on the radio.
Thank you, Ashford. Let me just say two things. If you listen to Mr. BLAMO, he told Moses when it is after 6, don't allow my son to come back. He said it. Go back to the recording. He didn't say when it's 8 o'clock. He said when it is after 6 p.m., do not allow my son to come back. So Mr. BLAMO was speaking to a brother Mr. Moses said the people calls him uncle, meaning he had authority over this boy. He would have said, your pastor, you should not go. And you will not go. Or call BLAMO and say, they've been acting frisky, he forced him and said to go. I want to. The police, ASHFORD, 9 days after the Sharon got missing, 9 days before the police dispatched 25 men with gun. To go look for who? The police themselves will give people the reason to think that they are involved and they want to hide something. 9 days? One citizen of Liberia life is important. 3 of them.
Mr. BLAMO said, after 6, my son should not be allowed to cross the river. It took the police 9 days before they can get something done. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Thanks for calling. Let us go to the next caller. Folks, I'm telling you, this is a very interesting development. Pastor Sunday is on the line. Hello, Pastor Sunday. Welcome to the show.
My name is Amara. Hello.
Hold on. Pastor Sunday, you are next. Sir? You live on the radio. Go ahead.
How you doing, sir? And thanks to my father, Mr. Jackson, and B for and Satan. Thank you, God.
You have 1 minute, please, Pastor. 1 minute, please.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people in line.
The very first time when you brought Moses on the radio, and when I told Mr. Moses I begged him to return those people's children back, and I'm still sticking with that. St. Moses, he was on the identical island, and only 2 people can go on the island. There is no mining going on the island. And where they say the kingdom cast, no kingdom can pass down there. I've been there. No kingdom. Because 2 rivers fall, there is nowhere you can go there with kingdom. The people in the town said they don't know the 3 guys that will survive. They never seen them in the town. It's a things that are going on to buy time if they think going to wear away before they can kill the children. The children have not been dead. They're still alive.
Thank you. The children are not dead. They are still alive. Thank you, Pastor Sunday. We have Timothy from Liberia. Timothy Smith from Liberia. Hello.
Can I speak?
Mr. Timothy from Liberia. Hold on.
Hello.
Hold on, man. Hold on, please.
My name is Amara.
Hold on. I will allow you to speak. Let me call you first, please. Somebody's ahead of you.
Okay, thank you.
We have Mr. Timothy Smith from Liberia. Timothy, go ahead.
Yeah, ASHFORD, I just want to tell you thank you so much. You getting me? Hello?
Yeah, you're live on the radio.
All right, I really want to appreciate you so much for everything you've been doing for the country. But the first thing Moses is not telling you the truth. Let me tell you something. Everything Moses doing, he already planned it. These children, they are alive. Let me tell you, you can like every people's children. Nobody will come from in a city that will go in the interior, that will want force to live in his life. But they're the first thing lying. Our children from the city, when they go in the interior, the first thing they take motor backwards from where they will go straight in the village. So for you to tell us that the children were they want to go back at that time of the night? No. So I am just appealing to Moses. Everything he's doing, we need that children back. It's not the first time they have it, my brother. They have what they can do. They will test it. It's not the test. They haven't waited on number 3. It happened before. And they can come into the town and go to the 2 real chefs and they put the children to the children Momo. So Moses shouldn't come and play a game with us. Yeah, but he must be live. And what frustrates me so much for the government to be there and be petty Moses. This man, he knows everything that's going on. So he play a game. And that game, that web with the Liberian people, because we know we in Liberia, we know what's going on. He is responsible. They are holding that children somewhere. When the tension go down, then you see they will do the work. So we, the Liberian people, and for me, I take my word to join here and ask the family. We are so sorry, but we're not leaving kids. We need the children to come back. They should be safe. Look, you cannot use human being body to be making money on our. You say that you make money on us. So why too much?
Mr. Timothy Smith is saying the kids are still alive, and he wants Moses to return the kids. Thank you, Tim. Thank you so much. We'll have 9008. Please tell us your name.
My name is Amos.
9008.
Yes, my name is Amos. From what I gather from the discussion, the panel, Moses made a poor judgment by sending the kids. And my question to whoever was, let's say, controlling the kingdom, if the kingdom was found,
should be, let's say, to found that, and take it to the police station. And then my question is, how many people can sit in the cross?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We want to go to the 404 number. Hello?
Hello, I'm still on the line.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, you're live on the radio. Go ahead and make your point.
Thank you very much. My name is Amara Boima, sister of Sefa Boima. I'm not from Atlanta right now. I'm over here. When the incident took place, I was already on my way. And when I got here, I was so disappointed. I spoke with Moses. Moses is my old sponsor. He was my president. I played for Inter and Liberia national team. So to my ultimate surprise, he said he was involved in this act. But before my brother took this contract, or before he could even take the contract, he called me from the U.S. on Thursday. He said, "Oh, sometimes Moses got a contract for me, though." And I had him running errands for me before I could get there, because I wanted him to clean my room and take us some stuff. And he said, "But there will be a lot of traffic." And when I just had an instant. I said, "But did you tell him who related?" He said, "Do I have to say that to him?" And I said, "Yes, tell him that we related." You understand? And then I said, "But if you can't do the 3 errands today, just do 1. And then you can do what you have to do." Or when he told me, he didn't tell me he was going all the time. I thought it was Gainesville, because it said Gainesville is always booked with traffic. So I said, "Okay, since you're going to do that, just do 1 thing and then go do your own thing. But I can't take the whole day from you." He went and got that done on Thursday. But now when he was leaving, that same Thursday to go meet Moses. But I didn't know what the contract. I thought he was just going to see what the contract was about. So when he went since Thursday, I called him Friday. I didn't get him. I called him Saturday. I didn't get him. But a couple of people talked to him, which is the baby mama. On Saturday, he was on his way back to my grandmother's feast. And I was supposed to be here on Monday to pick me up. So whatever discussion he and Moses had, I wasn't there. But when I came, I called Moses right away because I know he's my old sponsor. So I tried to ask him what happened, what I heard, if it is true that my brother drowned. And I said, "But Moses, my brother can swim. We live Baton for how many years? A lot of years we live there. He swims from Baton water to West Point every time. He go to Slipway, he do the same thing. So when you're talking, it don't make no sense. It don't add up. For him to be a good swimmer and just live in water where he says just between adding, I say, if these people can survive, my brother could be one of the survivors. He started to argue with me. He said, "Don't say that." I said, "Uncle Moses, don't tell me that. I will say that." I said, "First of all, you telling me I shouldn't say that." I said, "But for your explanation, right? You tell me one thing, now you change something." I got recording for Moses, the conversation we had. And I caught him. On the recorder. And if you guys want it, I can even give it to you so you guys can play it live. So the whole Republic of Liberia or the whole world can hear that. Moses told me that my brother did a good job. After my brother did the work, he tried to pay my brother. The money was $300. He said the money was too much. And I told him, "But Moses just told me my brother did a good job. How can you tell me the money was too much and you can afford it? And you telling me the money is too much?" I said, come on, my Uncle Moses, you can afford it. You telling me my brother left in water. But you telling me again, my brother was arguing with you because you didn't pay him the right money. It don't add up. It don't make no sense. I said, "First of all, Uncle Moses, I beg you. I'm in a keke. I can't even hear it right now. I will call you back." When I came back, I called Uncle Moses. Uncle Moses didn't pick up. I called him for that whole day. He pick up. The next day, I called him. I had 27 people around me. And I put him on speaker. And I started going back and forth with him asking me question, are you a mafia now, or are you an intelligent person or whatever? I said, "Uncle Moses, this involves my brother. I got right to know and I got right to ask you." I said, "I'll pay for everything. You didn't kill me. We first talked about you. You didn't kill me, so you have to kill my brother. So bring it back."
What is your brother's name?
Sefa Boima.
Oh, Sefa is so yes, that Mr. Conan's nephew, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I asked him. I said, "Moses, you didn't kill me. I think that you can kill my brother. So bring my brother back." He started crying. "Hey, where I do that?" I said, "I fake crying for them. Uncle Moses, I know you. I've been knowing you. Don't do that to me." My son started crying on him too. I said, "Well, first of all, the only thing I'm trying to say, I'm getting so mad. Why is it that an accident took place in that area, and then you ain't here yet to see my mom? You hold my baby. into my village. We was born into my village. You call my brother, baby. You know my family. You know my dad. My dad is to watch Moses go read and go clean. I said, you know my mom. My mom cook for you. Eat. I started explaining to him. He said, oh, the people then looking for me. The people then think I did something wrong. If I said the play I changed my location. He was there. I ain't able to come inside. When we first talking to Keke, he told me, say, oh, you got too much shit to do. You can't leave a gold man to come inside. I said, the gold man is important in my brother's life. He just gave a message that he left in water. He said, you money your gold man. Your gold man is better than the children life. I said, so if they can leave in water, he said it's dry. Today is what day. I heard this on Sunday, Saturday, they say it happened. I heard on Sunday, I got it Monday. I'm talking to you today, it's Wednesday. They say anytime my brother and body, who will go on the water and don't come up for 3 or 4 days. The food can be fine. The bed cannot be fine. Nothing else is fine on the water. And we call the phone right on what's up. I just called the phone. It was up right. And then after some time, it was not Ricky anymore. It was just calling. So they kind of disconnected because his WhatsApp is always on silent. He didn't have no answer to get. I said, Uncle Moses, you know my family. If even when I told you that he needs to go because it's my grandmother's feast, what I expect you to do is say, okay, Chapa, don't do that to me. Are your uncle, you calling me uncle? Don't do that to me. But he explained to you, he said, here, but he and my brother were kind of going at it. And then I said, when you were going at it, I expected you to say, okay, Chapa, you say you're rushing to go because your mom know you here or your grandmother feast, you need to get to it. She will get married. You didn't get there. Give me your mom number. Let me advocate because you know my mother very good.
I'm sorry, sis, that you're in this situation. Do you still believe or do you still feel that your brother is still alive?
My brother is still alive. Uncle Moti have not even show up since that time. He has not called. He told me the next day he will be here to see my mother. He didn't show up. He didn't call back. And since that time, he changed the number like 10 or 9 times up to this time. The number I have, it didn't even go through anymore. Because I want to tell you, he lied to us. He should bring our brothers back and start doing this to the family. He know this family.
Thank you.
The Kino thing he talked about it, the Kino crash, the Kino Unga, the Kino Unga say it was 2 persons. And then the Kino Unga wife, my brother did the Kino Unga $250. So how can 6 persons get the Kino after they say the Kino have, they can only take 2 persons. And before the ball could go across, the ball went with the steering. So why the ball come out with Kino? And he told my brother,
and folks, hold on a minute, sis. And folks, just so you know, we are giving her enough time to talk because she's the sister of one of the alleged victims. And that's why we're giving her enough time to talk. Go ahead, sis.
Yes. So I asked him, I said, then why is it that the Kino man will say that they can take only 2 people, if I said 3, because the whole family can go to the island for service or something like that. But now you tell me, okay, 6 persons get in the Kino and 3 got drowned and 3 survived. And he lied to me, say the 3 left in the town. And the 3 not even left in the town, the 3 worked for him as I heard. And before he even gave my brother the job, he had people here assigned or ball who was even too close to my brother. As close to my brother. They never let go. My brother named her son after his neighbor. He called me in America, bring me back, bring me food. I got one niece here. Okay? I said, okay, no problem. I packed that food, I sell it from. He even wanted to get it, and I said, no, let me get there. That people of nation with Moses giving information about my brother. But he knew it was my brother. And then my brother went to get the job done. He just cut my brother off completely, and he's telling me, say, oh, my brother was arguing with him. Why my brother was arguing with him? He tried to bring my brother down. And the person who recommended him to my brother, his name is T-Ball. I got a picture of him. He was on Facebook. Now he closed his contract. He started talking to all the community friends. That lady, I got his phone number. Also now he's switching up. He lady got that time. He normally come here to spend time. He didn't want to get information about Safa doing a job because my brother company worked there. But they don't work to where Moses took my brother company. Moses told me that the company is kind of like an hour away from where he works. You understand? So who gave my brother number to you? I asked that question. He said, oh, that somebody recommends my brother to him. So this person that recommend my brother to him, it seems like Moses planned it all. He planned it. He had people there working to get the boys to where they wanted to be. You understand? Because if they don't work on it, how let people know where my brother lives? How did people know that I was coming? How did people know that my grandmother feast was supposed to be here? And then how this woman who got to know that Tiapa was taking the job and Tiapa was going to sit there with actually his family. So all these things here, it was planned.
Thank you.
Brother said, I lied.
Thank
Moses is involved.
All of this was planned according to the sister of one of the alleged victims. Moses should bring her brother back alive. Thank you so much, my sister. Wanted to one more call. This gentleman or lady has been very persistent. Is the Minnesota number. The last 4 digits of your number, I believe, is 41196. Tell us your name.
Yes, my name is Patricia. I'm calling from Minnesota. Thank you.
Hi, Pat. Welcome to the show. You're live on the radio. Go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you so much, and to your host today. I just want to say that my heart is bleeding about all that is going on. Uncle Mose, I don't know you. I call you Uncle Mose because you are our adult. You are father, like my father, and that's why I'm saying Uncle Mose. But what Mose is saying is not adding up here. Let us be bro. I'm a mom. That's why my heart is bleeding. You understand? This boy, he consistently called Mr. BLAMO to send somebody. When he called Mr. BLAMO, according to Mr. BLAMO's story, Mr. BLAMO's asking, where are you taking my son? And he could not tell the man exactly where he was taking his son. He only said, call his place name. But instead of directing, because I guess the man himself, Mr. BLAMO, wanted the grand guy to be the one to first the guy. But then Mr. Mose saying that the guy does not have a major problem. How do you know that guy does not have a major problem? And he's requesting for a GM brother to go face the bike. That's one thing. Now that you say GM brother, you did not even describe what GM brother was going to Mr. BLAMO. Mr. BLAMO agreed to send GM brother. Mr. BLAMO gave you a warning. If you, Mr. Moses, gave a person a warning about your child, that's a warning that you send them to respect. That saying, please do not let my son come back at night because of the rest of in this country. And we disregarded the man request that saying he taking GM brother, even though GM brother was so disrespectful. In Mr. Moses' statement, he said that GM brother was very calm. GM brother did not hesitate about even leaving. Only when he saw the other two gentlemen trying to leave, that's when he said, Uncle, I will go. So in that point, my uncle said on the show tonight, so that said, why don't you call Mr. BLAMO to inform him that he requested that GM brother will come back because it's late, but he still insisting that he want to come. Why didn't you come Mr. BLAMO? But instead you left GM brother. Second of all, when GM brother going, he did not go on the river. Why knowing that he was in the day when he was going, he did not go on the river? Why are you knowing that it's late, he's sending him on the river? That's what I'm concerned, brother.
Thank you.
Garley. I'm very high.
Thank you so much. And gentlemen, you've heard from the callers. We have a few more clips to play before we call this a night, because I have a show coming up at 5 later on where the politicians have hired the professional expertise of BRIDGERADIO Africa. So I'm doing that a double duty today. After this, I will get ready for the next show. But you listen to the callers. I will allow you to come in, Shelton, and then we can work our way around the road.
Yeah, ASHFORD, great. You know, everyone has some very good points. And as I listen and analyze, somebody said that this whole thing seemed to be planned. And I think if you recalled the other night when I was on the show, I said that the way Moses delivered the story seemed concocted, as though he was there. In as much as it was told to him, he held on to that information and projected the information to be true, and that's why he even went on to send condolence message. But there are some things I wanted to consider here: the cost, the canoe, and the capacity. How do we establish that if we can't find the canoe? The second thing is, when we were on that night, it was alleged that there was a body formed with backpack that seemed to be a little deformed. Um, what's the story of that person who was found within the area? Has there been any further investigation to determine whether that person was one of the victims? Um, that's another area that we can try to, piece evidence. So I think everyone has a valid point. The sister, knowing Moses, of course, yes, Moses at this time could have called the family. He didn't have to go there in person. He could have called the family and say, I know that the investigation is ongoing and I've been advised not to be, visible, but I just wanted to reach out to you folks. This is the circumstance, and whatever I can do, I will do my best to keep, attached to the family and support the family. So yes, he's made a lot of mistakes in all of this, and if it's planned, then he didn't plan well, because some things are coming on to make the water muddy.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Liberians are angry, they're frustrated, and they really want something to be done, especially Liberians based here in the diaspora and the ones in Liberia as well. You just listen to the callers. They're angry, and they want something to be done. They need clarity. Sam?
Unmute yourself, Sam.
You might want to unmute your mic, Sam.
Yeah, I said, thank you for inviting me onto your show. And this is a good way for me to, vent out my frustrations about things that happen in my country, Every time I say something, I think he knows everything. Or saying, but the thing is like things that are supposed to be common sense are not common sense. And that frustrates me. It's not complicated. If you're running a gold mining or rather a diamond mining operation, I want you to go Google the cost of a speedboat or speedboat. I want you to do that when you get off this show. A little speedboat. Okay? You sell 2 diamonds, you can get a speedboat. A little speedboat. Maybe about like a 10-foot speedboat. I can get 2 or 3 people in there with life vest and somebody. Look, the issue my brother Shelton was asking about what happened to the canoe is very simple. Who is look, every time you go to one from picnic says to grand says, there's an old man that used to be there who will cross you with a canoe from picnic says. And the people don't play with that canoe. You can't just come to the river and get on somebody's canoe. Exactly, you can't play somebody's drum in the village. You can't just go to the village and get on somebody's canoe. There's somebody there who's getting paid to cross people. So the person who is supposed to be crossing the children, have they talked to him? What is he saying? What is the police saying about the person that's supposed to be crossing? We're getting too many stories about the capacity of the canoe. You don't have to bring the canoe from the capside position before you can tell. The canoe operator will tell you how many men, what's the capacity of that canoe. When people crossing the canoe many times, Shelton, they have their market in the canoe. They have their market in the canoe. Or they're going to sell their coal across the river or something. So the man the operator of that canoe there, he is the one that owns the canoe. And the canoe is a commercial craft. This is your country. This is how our country is. Me, I've been to all 15 counties, 3 districts in the country there. I know how our people operate. I know the market day for each place in Liberia. So go to San I think it's important to understand because the whole canoe issue there, who runs the canoe, who owns the canoe, right? That's all you have to find a man who runs that canoe, and you solve the whole case.
Thank you, Sam. They cost both anywhere from $700 to $54,000. So that answers the question about the cost.
You say how much it costs?
Anywhere from $700 to $54,000 for the used one. It depends, you know,
Yeah.
the strength of the market. Yeah.
So it's not expensive, right?
No, it is not.
It's not expensive.
If
You
you
can
got two diamonds, $400,000, you can afford a good, you know.
but you can get a good used one too. You can get a good used by a new one.
Use one, a good used one.
Used one.
Thank you, Sam. People.
You know, I'm beginning to. Yesterday, I had a talk show on this issue, and when I look at how the whole thing is played around here by St. Moses and those involved fellow Liberians that are relative of the guys, I'm a little bit not really happy about. It is good to have hope in certain situations, but at some point in time, that hope will begin to go the other way around. That this hope looks like it's dying slowly for me. So here we are talking about. When I talk about our country, most often I say Liberians, we are 2 weeks talkers. We talk for 2 weeks when nationally something is tragic. When something terrible happens in our country, we talk for only 2 weeks. For example, the murder of these auditors. People want to talk for 2 weeks and they let it go. So here we are talking about the lives of three young people that are supposed to be living and enjoying their life. Here they are taken away. We are talking about this. Police is doing nothing. The government is not doing anything. They pack up 25 police officers are listening to Moses Carter. They pack up 25 police officers that are so destitute to go to a place where Moses had control over money that they able to again, the whole thing is about, oh, nobody can go on our island. They are doing society business there. It's not secure. You have to be a member. Who policeman is going to be a member to go there? I'm a member of the transition. I joined the transition when I was in Lofa, because that's where I grew up. I was born in Maserati. My aunt was a leading Zoe in the town. So here we are discussing about the lives of people, and people are talking about Zanza Kawa, talking about, oh, they are still alive. Oh, Simose is talking about. Johnson asked a very good question. If these people were drawn in, if the canoe was used, why is it that the man who took them, the pilot, is not being questioned? If they spoke to him, why can't we hear him talk? What is the audio? Let's get to know. First of all, we know very well, it has been explained, that people in our area have said they have not seen a canoe. They have not seen anything like it. So this is not adding up. This is an area.
If you listen to Conan said the same man that they claim is the guy that owned the canoe. It's the same man that they are now calling to be the man on the island. They call him Vokpa. He is the wizard.
Yeah, but the witchcraft is back in a cave, right? He go back on the island. So why is it that what is about this man? Zazakawa was able to call the other man to come out, right? And I hope we have the moment to talk about our tradition, because I'm sick of this whole.
No, we'll talk about it as we get into the clips. So
yeah, I'm sick and tired about this tradition thing we keep running in Africa. It has done nothing good for our country.
Let
me go further than that. Let me go further.
Okay.
In our discussion, a lady that called, the brother of this gentleman is seeing that St. Moses brought all about money. They are talking about the death of somebody, a missing person. And you are discussing, I pay him too much money. This is fishy. Something is not just adding up for me. As a criminology, I just don't see it to be adding up at all. There is something bigger than what St. Moses is telling us here. When you go deep into this, it is the volume of the discussion about money coming out when somebody is telling you about a family member, and you are talking about, I pay this man more money than I should have paid him. This is not where you're supposed to go. St. Moses is not coming clean. There is a gentleman on the podcast, his name is Anthony Gibson. He says St. Moses is not responsible. Excuse me. You can be an adult. You can be a juvenile. Whether a juvenile or an adult, somebody has to be responsible when there is an alleged crime. That is where the state comes in. Let's say, for example, I get up from here, I take my girlfriend to the St. Paul River to take a ride. And for instance, I come back after a few hours, they can't find her. The police comes to my apartment and say, where's your girlfriend? She's an adult. That does not fly in criminology. It does not.
Thank you, D-Flow. Let's go to this clip, and then
yeah. Before you go to the clip, Ashford, and just to go back, the ID and the wallet were found on land, according to the father. So if there was an argument at some point with the electrician and Moses regarding the money and the amount, could there have been some kind of scuffle? Do we know that? And has any police authority authenticate what Mr. Blamo said regarding the wallet and the ID? Where are the wallet and the ID?
Yeah,
How did it get into the equation?
and that's a vital point. You know, the wallet was formed by a Ghanaian guy from Blamo's son's wallet, and
what are Ghanaian doing in our village? How the hell the Ghanaian is all the way in the village?
And the phone number, Mr. Blamo.
And a lady found the phone and called because she saw, daddy in there and dialed daddy, and he answered. So where are those pieces of evidence? But just go to the next clip.
From history, from what people are saying about that place, on occasions people have gotten drowned there and their remains were never recovered. Never. Even the chiefs though have been told all of these things. Zanzankawa, Chief Zanzankawa. I don't know. I have crossed to that place before. Sometime in March, I crossed there. I am not from any of the traditional societies in Liberia. I'm not a member of any. So the first ignorance I see that you may be conceiving is that Osina, as I am called to the society, Osina will connive with society people or with devil crew to hold anyone hostage. You are a little out of the truth. So I want you to please really go back and investigate before you think Osina will join with elders who are members of the powerful society in this country, the power society, to hold people down for ritualistic purposes. If I were a member, maybe you can associate me to that. No human expected. But please, I'm not a member of the Niji group or any other group in Liberia here. No, I'm a sinner. But let me openly call on all societies in this republic, be it traditional or Western, please come to the aid of this grieving family and myself and expose the truth. Please, if I have these guys hiding anywhere for ritualistic purpose, which I cannot conform to, please expose it now. Expose me. I'm in Moravia. Why hiding the people? Maybe I got a group of people holding them somewhere. Let them find it out. I'm in Moravia speaking to you. I have no hair. The only place I continue to regret is my acceptance to allow these people to leave. My acceptance. That's where I hold myself guilty. I would have stood my ground. No. And I mean no. I'm the head of the king. But people explain their long story, how the other man, grandmother feast, his sister coming from. In fact, his sister had played for my soccer team. His sister had played from that stepping stone. She went to America and sent for her father. Her mother is my very good friend. But for today, they will think that I'm carrying a ritualistic act or wish to use their kids. 3 able-bodied and promising young men. This must be $1 billion I need. We all watch African shows and see what happens. One out of that, see the riches. What do I want? To hold 3 persons. I don't have weight. I'm a Christian. I'm a member of the Baptist Church, Zion Grove Baptist Church. I'm no medicine man. Please, let us not think this way. I'm calling on all societies, all souls all boudoirs, every powerful group in this country to please come to the aid of the family and expose the truth. If their children are being held by me, let me be exposed and be prosecuted to the letter. Okay? I invite everybody. I'm open. I take the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to grant repose to the souls of these victims. To the families, I respect the period you are going through, your grief and denial, but I plead with the public. I plead with the public. I have contributed no harm to these victims. I have no hand in hiding anybody from their loved ones. No hand. It was an accident. I plead that the family please understand. Okay, and let's work together to bring this closure. I hope, I pray that the deceased should be recovered to close this page. I pray and hope. So my sincere sympathy, my sincere regret, please.
Shelton, this is very powerful. From the beginning of the clip 1, he said, my condolences to the family. Clip 12, as he was leaving, he also said that they are deceased. So in his mind, that these people are already dead. No matter what we do, no matter what the police do, the public, everybody else, according to Mr. Moses, these 3 young men are dead. He did not use allegation, though. He said they are dead. Shelton.
Very powerful, and I would say the context of authentic in the construct of the fact that he's already put a closure, because that's what it is from my perspective. You know, this is tough. And quite frankly, until evidence can be proven, it's going to be difficult. There's another hearsay here in what he said, that most of the people in the village around that area said a lot of people have drowned over there and the bodies were never found. Was that a constructive construct, rather, in the whole planning process, to create some degree of believability or to create some degree of excuse? That's another thing.
The
but
man,
all of this,
you that no matter what you do, you will never find the bodies.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But all of this is rested on our security in that country. All of this is rested on the government. Your citizens are missing. There's no evidence found. Everything is hearsay. You found a body the other day, accordingly. That body had a backpack on the remains. We don't know the status of that body. Has it been linked to the missing people? At least it will give some kind of degree that, yes, one of them was drowned. What is the government doing? Moses was clear. He invited so many, different pressure groups to come in, the Zoe, the church, anyone who can put hands around this, to bring closure. Even though he's authentic, he's guaranteed that they are dead. While it is true he was never dead, he still holds his belief that they are dead. But again, it is rested on the government to bring the perpetrators to justice. It is rested on the government to find the evidence for us to believe whether they're alive or whether they're dead. And no matter what people are saying from all walks of life, it's not going to help the process until the process is approached systematically with all of the logistics in place, with independent probing, combing that area, bringing in divers, looking for every piece of evidence to bring closure to this matter. That is my position at this point.
Sam Jackson, unmute your microphone, please. We have somebody holding on the line, but I'll wait and D-Flow and then go back to the telephone line. So, Miss Josephine, please hold on, okay? Sam, go ahead.
Okay, well, very much again. Look, there are three things that are noticed in this whole thing. See, Moses calls himself a Christian. He calls himself a Christian, and then he says that the people drown, right? If the people drown, instead of calling like some divers, I know three friends of mine right there in Monrovia. They are divers at the Freeport of Monrovia. Okay, one of the guys who be in the States, his name is Swallow. He's a diver. He could have gone to the Freeport, gone to the Marine service over there, to the police, and gotten one of those divers to come to that river there and dive down there and see how far. I mean, we used to see whether they can bring the canoe up. They said they took Zanzakawa there, and Zanzakawa went and sent people down there, and they found a ring in the bottom of the river. So when Moses behaves in a way like that, who's educated, he's a mortician, he's supposed to know science, to bring people, divers down there. Then, okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is he's talking about that he gives his condolences to these people here. I mean, how can you give your condolences to the people? And you cannot be so clear people drown if you were not on the scene. And if you were not on the scene, the question happens to be, who are the people that are relaying the events to you? Who were the people that crossed this canoe? Who's from the river? Who's from across the river? Why haven't they been forced? Or even one of the problems in Liberia too is about Shelton, investigative journalism. There are not investigative journalists or journalists there. Why haven't journalists gone up there and even gone undercover? To have to go undercover in that town to talk to the people in the village, to talk to people who understand the canoe, to talk to people on the island, just to gather some basic evidence. Everybody going out there, they're taking macro, and they're talking to people, but somebody needs to go out to do a deep dive. And still, you're doing it there to go there and take divers to dive. There are divers in Liberia. Mr. Moses wants me to give him the name of one of my friends, Swallow, who used to live in Staten Island. He's a diver. He works at the Freeport of Monrovia there. So
Thank you, sir.
That's the first thing he needs to do. Instead of bringing medicine men over there to find the children, he should be using science if he calls himself a Christian.
Thank you, Sam. D-Flow, mute your microphone and come in, please.
Yes, again.
And I want you to come in because Moses came out and said he's not part of any Empire society, not the Niji, not the this and that. But Mr. BLAMO said St. Moses is part of every traditional society in Liberia.
I said this and I will say this again. I'm a member of the tradition. There's no tradition in Lofa County I never joined. My aunt was one of the biggest zones in Southern District, it's a little town to be exact where I grew up. Whether it's the female side, the male side, I can go both sides. But let's get to the issue. When Mr. Moses, knowing very well that this identical spot that we are talking about, allegedly, every person that have drawn in that position had never been found alive. But yet and stay, he has the audacity to transport people through that same path, right? Oh, yes, I'm going to carry them there because this is a setup operation. This is an era where anybody who dies in this place that go underwater, the person never comes out. So I can use this one and say, oh, it's the same thing. I can use the same thing and say, oh, all of the people that passed here, they went underground, they have never been found under the water, right? So I can use the same place and do my crime and cover it up and commit this heinous crime and murder, take the life of people to get rich. But let me hit Mr. Moses so hard again here. Mr. Moses goes on to talk about, here he's talking about Christianity, the church. Excuse me. We know pastors that kill people to get more members in their churches, to get more members, to attend, for people to attend. In Nigeria, there are so many pastors that are involved in this. So if you are talking about Christianity and the murdering of people, Mr. Moses, come on now, find a place and sit down, man. Don't go bring Christianity in this whole conversation. Let's speak to the issue here. Jesus Christ and the rest of it, you are talking about the death of people, you're talking about Christ. You know how many pastors involved that have been caught? Some of them in Nigeria where they bury people in their church and cover them up. And then you want to talk about God and all of the rest, the 9 things you're talking about? This is you have no empathy. You don't have any feeling. You are pretending. You are pretending that you feel for these people. If you are telling them they are dead, and then you acting like you're feeling for them, you have to take one side though. Take one side. If they are dead, don't pretend that you feel for the family. You know what happened. You actually know what happened. I see people talking about the guys that are in Morovia. The police that I know in criminology or criminal law enforcement, you will not have a serious matter like this and sleep on it when you know that those that people are looking for, you have them in your possession. And you will not come to the media and present them and say, these are the people that we have been looking for. Labyrinths, we find them alive. But you people are arguing here that they are in a police station. You stop this thing. The police they have not found one person. This is a system to cover it up so that the family members and all of us to just let the story die on. These people, I want to believe, Mr. Moses knows exactly what happened to them. He is not telling all the truth. I don't believe, and I hope this is wrong. I don't believe that they are still alive. I just don't believe it.
Thank you. I want to go to the telephone line, and I want to say thanks for being very patient, caller. You're live on the radio. Go ahead and make a point.
Good afternoon, Ashford. My name is Josephine BLAMO Bill, and I want to say thank you for the show.
Josephine BLAMO. What's your last name?
BLAMO Bill.
Are you related to Mr. Robert BLAMO?
Yes, Governor.
Your father. And I kept this lady on all this time. Oh my God! I'm so sorry for keeping you on so long. Go on hold so long, but go ahead. We'll give you all the time that you deserve, and just go ahead. We're listening to you.
As for the people in Syria down there, I just want our guys to be alert. Why is mostly on the defensive? If you show the children are there, I think you should be on the family side trying to see how best we can get your boys back. But he on the offense, on the defensive saying that they are there, and people dying now, they don't come back. Look at that kind of thing. Anybody in their rational mind will know that he's a liar. First of all, as for the where the kingdom is, the blood Vokwa. Vokwa is the person that owns the kingdom on the island. Vokwa said the kingdom is only 2 persons. Besides 2 persons, nobody else in that water. He doesn't want to use that route because that route they have electricity. Because there is too far to where they took the people out. So Vokwa said no, we don't use this stuff. We use the other stuff. So no kingdom can capture here, and my kingdom can only carry 2 persons, the driver and 1 person. So just for two persons, more than 2 persons on the kingdom, he carry more than 100 pounds. So that's not true. The how the police released Vokwa and he went back. So why must they keep lying and lying and lying? Okay, let us go and say he was keeping the children that. I'm not boasting. So my brother Jimbo is very respectful and very quiet. Jimbo will not argue on what Moses said. He won't go back in the night. 2, after 5, my dad told him that do not allow the boys to come after 5 because the country getting so risky. They told him he laughed. He said, oh man, they bought a big man 29-year-old and he said, they bought a small body man, a big man, but they laughed about it and it was done. Why must they keep playing with somebody like this? Why is he on the defensive? Why is he on the defensive? If you go on WhatsApp, first okay, you were sleeping. You went to the room and go out, you don't cancel it, they got drowned. You were not there. So why are you 100% sure that the children are dead? We're living in denial. Why is Moses playing our emotion like this? Why is this doing that? And all people in the villages say to different okay, the truth. I'm going to get money, but there was no killing a cancer here. There was no killing a cancer. So who I put a red out he said to the horse, they said, oh, Kino Casa. He said 3 people from the village were part of the Kino Casa. You know, find out the 3 people out there, I work with him, the Gamma man. The people ain't making the village, they don't even know all they keep the country say, but we don't know the people. We know them, we see them before. They say, oh yeah, when they want to confess, they say, oh yes, and we work with Moses. He said, oh yes. So everything was just false and misleading, and you see that they adopted to the on radio, lying to people, trying to for people to have sympathy with him. This is so sad. This is so sad. Let Moses bring that up, boys. And it's so sad because Moses show when you want to play away, Moses so they accept the result, then they go ahead and do what they want to do. Because if you're not there, you're not in the river, you're not in the kingdom where they cast out, why are you not 100% sure? Maybe somebody can come in the house in the night and while they're sleeping, put them from there, carry them behind your horse, and kill them. You don't even know. But you're so sure. Because you know what you want to do, we're not stupid. We're not stupid people. And then somebody should be the last one that Uncle Moses who do this too. I knew Uncle Moses on our labor was wanting to come to our house, send me to go buy a star and dinner. I used to refuse most of the time, but they were very close to come eat things together. Uncle Moses now would do like family. We're not going to be like friendly, like family. How it's looking like. They don't know they feel our emotion like this. Every also accepted the result. They say yes, we accepted and then he go kill your boy. That's why it's so sad. It's so sad. Every evidence proved that there was no drowning that went on over there. Everywhere. Even the police that were giving my dad scared me phone in Moravia. That they 3 people died in the water, 3 people were rescued. They had not even go to that water, sir. They didn't want to, they were cleaning the water to get to the river. And in besides that, they told you, oh, we're getting false reports. You had not even go to that river when they're talking there. So they were just saying things that Moses told them. Moses said, Moses, how to also my dad, Moses had no remote. When my dad wanted to go there, don't come here without 125 go all over the water on the ski boat, looking for a chance. Because they put in on the devil is outside, so he can't anytime to you, don't blame me. So I said, you said they got drowned. How you talk to them? My dad said, if the devil even but I will go. I said, Daddy, go. Don't waste time, go. That's why I scared Daddy, you want me to be afraid. Go there. They may want to Moses forward and they put it on social no one making more all of the men they want to bomb mine. You have to see the police and they don't say, oh, the devil all around. I mean, no devil there. So the Corona thinking about the devil didn't have been dissolved, the poor have been dissolved for now. What other life for they coming here to talk and say you're Christian? Is that how Christians behave?
So you still believe that you will one day Hawk, Gion Boy, and you guys will reunite? And you still believe your brother is still alive?
He's still alive. He's still alive. He's trying so hard to also accept the result that they are there, so it'll be easy for him to do the work. He said he wanted me to be convinced. And it's not true because every evidence proves that there was no drowning that went on. When he's so consistent and he's on the defensive that it went on. He's on the defensive. Why is he being on the defensive when he was not in the kingdom when the kingdom song? He was not there.
But if Moses was not on the scene and he's a friend to your father for over 30 years, I understand that people got a little agitated, a little angrier, and they didn't want to see him. Why is he not being hopeful that they found these boys alive? From the beginning of the clip, he said, my condolences. Yes. At the end, he said, the people. I spoke to Moses 3 days ago. He said, I hope they find them alive. I hope they find them.
That's the one I said about breaking it down, and when I ain't telling him no, Moses should be on the defensive. He should be on the come on and start working together. If you show you innocent, you don't be hiding. You can cut no more. People jealous of what you do. What other can I talk for? What other can I talk for? You lost people in it. We lost two siblings in less than 1 year and a half. Then he's talking about 1 year. What kind of thing is this? Even the bad idea put that ball in the face, the ball that he said that he got for him, whatever, not for another man, Burmy here for. Somebody asked what a man laughed to my dad, is ball going for me here. He said, I even said, and bomb my, if you're with my dad, bomb my dad was never going to let you to go. What kind of, you're going to not bomb my road as far and long. He said, bomb me here. And from Burby to Burmy, that helped you out less than 1 hour. So all of my dad was bomb me here. So at the end of the day, when the kingdom, they came about and he said, what kind of kingdom? He told me, bomb me here. What about a Bommy Kino? He said, no, around began Bommy Hills around and Jungle Dala, Tyler, the whole top around. And Moses a liar. He can flip so fast. And around Jungle G, Jungle G era, a close of bomb man, but a Bommy Hill type of bomb man. But let's answer again. Let's leave that side. Okay, how about that fast? If I took it back. So you know, that will be a bag in the time they come with Kino to Moravia. So we're going to be a bag by the Moravia.
body bag. So they carry a bag with him there. So now, how can...
Thank you. Thank you, my sister. Thank you so much for being on the show. We'll stay in touch, okay? Thank you. Stay strong. Okay, we want to go to New Jersey now. The last 4 digits of your number, 3224. Tell us your name.
Calling from New Jersey.
You're live on the radio. Go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, I listened to the play about Moses' experience there, but I want to make this clear to you and to everyone in Liberia. I was born in Burma, and I lived all my life there because my father was working with Burma Mining Company. One Saturday morning, my brother-in-law was for handy. So he came to the house, and my little brother and my sister and the daughter, we went to the house, and my father, we were baiting the post. And then he came, he said he was going to Handy, so he asked that those children go with him because they were going there to swim. When they went to that place in less than 1 hour, they came back to the house to say the 2 people got drowned in the river. And then when we went there, the same way this story going on, when we went there, left and right, the people can't find the children. So my father went to the company, BMC, and asked the people to get somebody that can go there, white people to go and see if they can find the body. The people went there, they could not find the body. So my father went to Monrovia and took the... And then the Sanzo from Kakata that came there. And my brother-in-law was part of this thing, but everybody was just playing the game. But when the medicine man went to Hendy, along with the military people, they arrested all the authority and they started disciplining them. The next day we found the body, but they were already dead. You understand? So Hendy is not something, is not a place to play with. The people, those children, then get some time authority over there. That Moses is in trust with. They know about everything. But if only the people go and sit and keep talking like they're nothing going to happen. Because he said, oh, when some people get drunk over there, they don't stand in the line. My little brother got drunk at the age of 17, 1988.
Okay. You have 30 seconds. 30 seconds, then we go to somebody else. Go ahead. Conclude.
Yeah, and the 2 people. So, and they were fun. So why in this case, he just said, if people get drunk over there, they can't be fun. That's impossible. Moses should be in the hand of the authority with high discipline. Then we will get result what happened over there. But if everyone just keeps sitting and the government is not taking action, at the time they were in power. So when they sent the soldier there, it was not something small. All the time authorities were arrested, had a discipline, and the night that we found the body, most of the part were extracted out.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much.
Those guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution. That's our brother coming from New Jersey. And one last call, and then I will go around the room. We'll call this enough because I have to get ready for another show. Yeah. You know, hello, caller from New Jersey. Tell us your name. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you're live on the radio. Please tell us your name.
Oh, thank you, ASHFORD. My name is GARLEY Dolo. Thank you, ASHFORD, and thanks to the panelists. You know, for me, with this situation, it's more complicated. And even if they found those guys, they're not going to be normal. The reason why it's complicated is government has halfway hand in it. Where is the halfway hand? They send the traditional Zoe there, and the Zoe told them that I can do anything I can do to bring these people, but it is out of my power because internal affairs has not given us the green light for us to go and find those people.
When you say government has halfway hand in there, what are you trying to portray? I mean, help us understand.
Good. When you play our clips, when the father was explaining, because following all through last week after last, the father said that they took Chief Zaza Kawade in his capacity of representative from the Internal Affairs Ministry.
Okay.
So that means he was representing the government.
Okay.
And Zaza Kawade told them, say, he cannot do anything beyond because the government did not authorize him to do so, as you may know. So this is why I said government has halfway in. Because he went as a...
Okay.
Is that understood?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, good. We move on to the second phase. The second phase here is, if they're not going to involve the government, if they themselves, they're going to have their own traditional private investigator, let them not raise alarm. Then, the private traditional investigator that part of the ZOE were really going to lead them. But instead, they have blown to the concern of the government, and the government is not ready to put in effort. And looking at this time, even if they hadn't got them for ritualistic killing or for ritualistic purpose, and with the whole situation of the land, if they bring them back, traditionally they will not be to themselves because they are clear on their mind a lot. So it's difficult to call it, but with this time, look at the time it has taken. Usually when people drop in the water or people get dry in the water, it doesn't stay this long. Let's look at the time it of like my brother G Flo that did criminal justice and all those things. What time the body is supposed to come out? The body is not out yet. And they find it for wallet. This wallet, when they found it was wet, it was dry. If it is so wet, it's wet uptown. Where they took it from. So, I mean, it's hard to call it. I'm not a proper person, but
thank you.
I don't think, yeah, thank you, ASHFORD.
Thank you, my brother. Want to go back to the panelists and gentlemen. I listened to the father of one of the missing young men, and he said Moses would do everything to say these young men are dead, because if these men are not dead, then he will have to die. That's how the sacrifice works. You listen to the father of one of the missing young men. That's what he said. I'm not deep into the traditional stuff like D-Flow, but let us bring in VOLCANO. After listening to the sister, after listening to the many colors, how do you respond?
Yeah, ASHFORD, I think, yeah, thank you again. I think too many things playing here. The affirmation of Moses regarding these people being dead is one major issue to look at. His confidence around it, when he was never there, he was not in that canoe. He doesn't know what really happened. The sister shot some points that convincing her that, you know, her brother is still alive. When you look at all the people involved, until we can find evidence, until, you know, we can establish the right investigative channels, and until the government can take full control, transparent control, and that's the key word, transparent control, involved with members of the international community or, you know, organizations that have a stake in this matter to ensure that the process is transparent. We will continue to circle around this whole thing. One of the things that I've learned when I was growing up, it can be tested or be, you know, proven, is that in sacrifices, and this is from the traditional thought, that it takes a person close to you to deliver you to the other side. Moses was close to that family. Moses was close to those kids. Could that be the reason why they see him as a prime suspect? But again, there's some pre-declarations in his assertion One, they are dead. Two, the area where they died, nobody can be found in that area. So he created, again, as I said, some believability that no matter what you do, these bodies will not be found. Now, if they're being held, to delay and get, to a point where the whole case dies before they act on the purpose for which they're supposed to act, it's still going to destroy evidence. It's still going to corroborate what his statement is about. No one would be found if they were drowned in this area. So I think that's where we are right now.
Well,
And unfortunately, it's sad for the family. It's sad for everyone. And I'm sure all of your viewers, the world, really want to know the truth. And to do that, we will require a plethora of different, powerful hands in this matter, meaning the police, international community, and so forth, to put pressure on and do a transparent investigation.
Sam, I came to this country with 25 cents in my pocket, and money does not define who I am. You said St. Moses is a millionaire, and listen to the clips. Moses said that it has to be for $1 billion to get involved in this kind of stuff. No amount of money will get me involved in killing somebody. Moses said this afternoon on the clip that it has to be $1 billion for you to even accuse me of, for me to do something like this. Sam Jackson, please unmute your phone and come in.
ASHFORD, I was born in Soniwe, and I didn't know a lot about our traditional society until I became an adult. And I became an adult, and because of the work I do as an economy, doing surveys around the country, starting with the kind of development fund for Ellen, and then other social surveys that I did. I spent a lot of time in the interior. And then, when I was doing my research for my book, I found out that the traditional societies have a very, very, very strong hold on the minds of the Liberian people. And many of us who were not born in the interior really don't understand that. But I read about the leper society. Okay, I also read about the different societies that were cannibals. And that during the war, you saw a lot of cannibalism during the war, where people were eating people's liver, people were eating people's hearts. I went to a place in Nimba, and there was this particular official that I was dealing with, and we're driving in the car, and he was telling me that his grandfather was a cannibal, and his grandfather told me that the fingers on a human being were the sweetest part of the body. ASHFORD, I grabbed this guy, I checked him out of the car, and I almost killed him. So I said to him, "Why are you telling me something about your grandfather being a cannibal? Are you trying to intimidate me?" Because actually when people talk, you have to listen to what they say. Why would you start talking about your grandfather being a cannibal? And I'm in the middle of Nimba County, in the high forest, and you taking me to villages and towns to look up county development. Are you trying to scare me to say that I must report a good that you guys are doing the project properly? If not, you will eat me alive. So I'm saying this to tell you, ASHFORD, we who were not brought up in that kind of society, we don't know our own country. And the wickedness in that country, the traditional society, and I'm very sorry, deep FLOMO, you feel bad about belonging to it, but I'm not seeing different kinds of societies, but there are other societies, like the leper society. In the early 1900s, when the missionaries went there, they did surveys where they found out that bodies of people were getting missing, and in some towns in Liberia, there were no graveyards. They couldn't find graveyards in some places in Liberia. And I'm not going to tell you the counties. So we have a very serious problem. As for one of the reasons why Liberia is where it is because of the darkness and the Satanism that is covering our country. You know, and until we attempt to live in the 21st century, and I'm not being dismissive of our poorer society, our standard society, because I know other countries, you know, like they have the alphas, they have the omegas, they have all the stuff there, you know, but there are certain cultural values and tradition that tend to keep people down. Look at the situation where John Weah was trying very hard to be Dakwana. Does he understand the meaning of Dakwana?
When I
The
say
meaning of Dakwana?
Sam, when they call you Dakwana, what are you supposed to do for them to call you Dakwana?
But as far I know and means because my friend Charles Taylor was Dakwana. Okay, but I'm not gonna that you know, like me, even though I'm not society man, but a lot of things, of course, I cannot say publicly on the air. But I know, but I want you to read Mark Cuban's book, okay, on the server, MARCHUBAN. Some of the society.
Sam, listen, when you come here, Sam, 1 minute. When you come here, we'll ask you the tough question. It is rumored that when you take on the throne, the shadow of that Dakwana, it means you have to drink human blood. Is that true?
But listen, I'm asking you, don't take it from me. I want you to read, I want you to Google the leper societies in Liberia, and I want you to also read Mark Cuban's book, the things that Charles Taylor had to go through in order for him to be called Dakwana. The meaning of Dakwana, it's very deep. I see how people used to come, the zones, and shake Charles Taylor's hand. They bow down to him a certain way. They hold their right hand before they shake his hand. Okay? And I see the things they were wearing on them when they come in to see Charles Taylor. I'm telling you, George Howard Taylor was named Dakwana and George Weah. They know we have.
Man, I'm telling you.
Let me tell you something. There are Liberian female politicians that cannot be that the native people refuse to elect as senators or as high officials in our government. I will not name some of them that had to go through the society in order for them to be elected to positions in Liberia.
So when
that's
they go
not bad.
Hey man, I'm asking you, man, for you to be Dakwana or be Dakwana, it is rumored, it is alleged, you have to drink human blood. Is that true?
I said to you, I'm not going to answer certain questions. I said that to you. My grandparents were part of the society. My sisters, all of them went to Gribble Bush. My mother was a big zoo in Bangertown. So there still some things that I have in my head, some fears that I have about these societies. Okay? I do. And I'm a Liberian boy, and that's some of the things that keep us down mentally. Because a lot of those things that they put into our heads, and some of the things that I saw as a young man that I'm not privy, that I would never say it publicly, because I have to go live in Liberia one day. I have to go back to Liberia, and I don't want for those people to see me as an enemy, because the Masonic craft. So we are belong to the Masonic craft. Every Liberian president that becomes president, they have to take him up to that place there to the Masonic craft. They have to take them to the poorer society. Every Liberian, including our last female head of state, she had to go to the poorer society also. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. All the senators, all the rabbis, they have to be part of that society. That's just the way it is. Why is a man like Zansan Kawa so important? Ask that question. Zansan Kawa, what is his profession? What does he do? Does he do so important? That is important for the nation. That every president that come there. Why was Chief Jalalun from Bopolu so important? Why was Chief Tamatelo so important? Why were all these people so important? That's just the way your country is. It is very ASHFORD. It is extremely deep. All that is Imote talking, that's nowhere, no St. Moses can go and be doing successful diamond business in that Hindi area there. And dealing with
Moses lied that he's not part of the Niji.
I'm not saying he lied, but I just don't believe him. There's no, I'm not saying he's part of Niji. I don't say he's part of Niji, but I'm saying that I don't believe that you can be a successful man.
He's not part of any traditional ritual.
Yes, because look, when you go in a places to do business and to live, in order for you to be accepted into the people, into the upper echelon, you have to be. Why do they people enforce them into those things? Why do they say the devil catch just best? Why is Zanzibar Kawa tell you say he cannot go to the bush to these guys? He needs approval from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Why?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Sam. Let me go to D-Flow. You said on this show several minutes ago that you are not strange to the not only the Pro Society, but you were part of several other traditional stuff in that country. You even went on to say your aunt is a witch. Did I say witch or Zor? I mean, what is the difference between a witch and a Zor? You said okay, but then I misspoke. You said your aunt was the biggest Zor, and you know all about the traditional society in that country. You just listen. You heard St. Moses from the beginning expressing his condolences. At the end, he also expressed his condolences. And you just heard Sam Jackson talk about the evils that are in that country. Come in, D-Flow.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. And I want to say this to the family and relatives, friends of the the 3 young people that we are discussing here. It is saddening for me to say this to you. I want you to take this. It is time for, I think you guys should prepare for anything here. As somebody who practices traditions, I will take you back when you talk about, say, Moses talking about, BLAMO talking about, say, Moses will have to make, if they want the case back, he will have to decide whether he wants to give himself out or something else. That is right. This whole tradition that we have in Africa, it is about time for us to take a different turn and look at this whole process. I'm not going to sit here to denigrate the whole thing that my aunt brought me into. There are a lot of societies, as I said, in Lofa County, I can walk, just walk. It's just a signal. I just need a signal and walk through. It doesn't matter who is sitting there. I just need to throw a signal and walk through it. It doesn't matter your age. I can walk and walk to the. I can do a lot of things that I want to do if I want to go to whatever side I want to go there. But I just want a family to take again. Let's prepare for anything. I'm being very honest to you people. I'm not proud of myself to sit here to say this is what we Africans should continue to do after 173 years as a nation. And here we are talking about the same tradition of killing people. What has voodoo brought to Liberia? Absolutely nothing. If you look at the whole thing, first of all, Mr. Moses talked about in his something, this particular spot is a crime scene over and over, multiple people, right? We're not talking about one incident. We're not talking about one person that went to the same spot and did not return. Nobody has ever found a person there. This is a place where they just do their thing. They sacrifice people. It is a particular place that they do it. This is something that it is clear enough. And I just don't want to sit here and tell you that we're supposed to continue to practice this. We are in a 20th, we are in a different century. This is wrong. There's no benefit. Absolutely no benefit. To the women, there's no benefit. To the men's side, there's no benefit. It is food. It is not good. It worth nothing. I can say to you, I can look in the face of Zanzibar Kawa with all due respect to the tradition. Zanzibar Kawa cannot prove why he said that he can look in the mirror, the people are still alive. He cannot prove it. I'm already telling you. With all due respect to Zanzibar Kawa, he's a chief Zo. I respect him. I'm not even close to Zanzibar Kawa. I can't even sit close to Zanzakawa. But my experience in Lofa County, it tells me that Zanzakawa cannot prove, beyond reasonable doubt, that he can look in my face and say, "This I can prove this thing. I am the chief Zoe of this republic." I said, "These people are alive." Zanzakawa cannot prove it. I'm already telling you all this. I'm too young. I'm not challenging Zanzakawa, but I'm just saying he cannot prove it. He cannot prove this thing.
But Defo, maybe you know something that we don't know, because you come from this in society, and is that why you strongly believe that these young men are dead?
I believe they are not alive. There are a lot of reasons why I say so.
But why would you say that?
You see what the tradition we're talking about. When you give, you don't take it back.
So in this case, whoever gave these children will not have the opportunity for these children to come back.
No, you don't have the opportunity. It's a decision you have to make. That's why they always tell you.
So it means that a decision was already made to give the children to die. Is that what you're saying?
That's why you always have to go. It is always in the system where somebody that is close to you. You're not going to give somebody that you don't know. You pick somebody child from the street. There is a reason why people do that. And the reason for you is a personal gain, personal return on your investment, a witchcraft investment. When you give to the devil, the devil cannot give you back. It is not possible. That's why I see Moses keep telling you people, it is done. Yeah, let's just pray and have some closer on this process. And I'm saying to you, no due respect, I have not returned to Zolowo for 29 years. I left Zolowo in 1991. The time that I grew up in Lofa, I left 1991. The time that I practiced all of these things, I left 1991 at 29 years. I have not returned to Zolowo. It's not because I don't want to go there. I was in Lofa 2015 with JMB. I did not go to Zolowo because it is not close to the town. It is not because of any reason, but I just think it is not something for us to continue to practice. It is not helpful. It is not good for our society. It has brought nothing good. On the women's side, it just make our mothers, our sisters, for them to not have the kind of feeling they are supposed to enjoy. It is wrong. And for the men's side, nothing you gain from it. Nothing you gain from it. There's no benefit. There's no benefit. And for the police issue, I hear people say police. What kind of police we have in Labrador? What kind of police we have? Yes, they are police officers. They don't have the training, the necessary capacity to carry on the investigations. Two, they cannot inform the need for them to do these things. They don't have the logistic. In order for you to go to a crime scene, first of all, when there's an incident and the crime scene must be secure. You must protect the crime scene. But people have temper with the crime scene. Let's take, for example, the death of Gifty Lama and the other gentleman. And the other one was Yensua, the other guy that was chopped on his head. All of these things are telling you that we don't have the system to investigate and bring people to book. We cannot. We don't have the trained people. We have some of the people are trained. They can carry their job, but the system does not provide you everything that you need for you to go out there and exercise what we call policing, exercise criminology and bring it to light. So it is very difficult for them. They don't have logistics. The men are not empowered. They are less paid. There's nothing, no incentive to give you that understanding that I am doing this for my country. I have to do this because this is my career. That's not what we see in Liberia. Policing, criminal justice everywhere, and then we come over with Zanzakawa. No due respect to Zanzakawa. Please prove me wrong, Zanzakawa. My respect for you. My respect for Zanzakawa. I am not even close to anything that I'm talking about, but I just want you to prove.
Flo, you mentioned a few names about how they were allegedly killed, murdered, or how they died. You talk about Gifty and Andrew. You also talk about the guy, as you described, was shot with a cutlass. I mean, do you have fight? Because others said he was involved in an accident.
Yeah, you see, there are crimes that we look at on criminal justice, criminology. that are stage managed, that are done by people that are working as government agents, government people, people in authority, people with experience. And when somebody cries when they happen, they are the way they are done, the way to investigate it, you have to have experience. You have to have some passes, you have to deal with certain people because every crime is staged. When a crime is committed by somebody, most often the person is acting on what they have done in the past and they have not been caught. So if you don't have the experienced people with experience to go back to local court cases and say, this case, we solved this case based on this. This is the trademark of this person. This is what the person uses to commit a crime. These are things that we don't have in Liberia. Yes, they are on the book. I can say for you, every policeman knows that you cannot interview somebody without giving them the Miranda rights, right? But how many times do they do that in Liberia? Absolutely, I don't know. You tell me.
I want to go to Volcano, but before I do that, D-Flow, just before I make some type of progress to Mr. Shelton, your aunt was one of the biggest zoos. We have Chief Tamatila. Now we have Zanzak Kawa. Liberia, 173 years later. We ain't got nothing to show to the international community. No electricity, no running water. People are suffering. There are people who you refer to as those. When they are deeply involved in all these kinds of things, why the country is not developed, why we are now up to par with other international establishments. Why? What are they getting from this thing?
Because the whole thing is state managed. It's a tradition. It's like you join a political party.
My fault.
It's like you join a political party. You got to be party discipline. You got to be party discipline, right? Most of the political parties, that's the same thing they do. You got to be party discipline. You got to be loyal to your party. My brother, this thing is not good. There's no goodie in it. They cannot produce any evidence to prove some of these things. I want somebody to prove me, want to say, I can look in the mirror and say, oh, these guys are still alive. Give me 2 minutes, I'll bring them alive. I can sit here and call for them to leave that island and come here. I can fly from here to River G. You see all of these math? This is a tradition. That's belief. When you believe in something, you think it's real. You believe that it's real. But let me take you back. I just want Zanzibar Kawa to do us a favor. Let them prove that the tradition that we have practiced for 173 years, they can prove some of these things when, of course, somebody goes missing. The case of these people should be a case scenario here. Let them prove that it is real. I can bring them alive. I want to prove. My aunt brought me in other things. My aunt was never a murderer. She was never a killer, a witchcraft. She was not a pastor. She was only a leader of the people. She was one of those that she was a female leader that could stand up on both sides, male and both the female side, and call a shot. Meaning, even men will respect her. When the devil is coming out to town, you gotta make sure you call my aunt. You gotta make sure my aunt is not left out. That devil is not gonna come to town because let me tell you something. The house that I grew up in was the last house to the devil fence. Right? It was never possible for the devil to come to town without not reaching her. No, if she's in town, the devil has to make her stop right there first. You're not going. You're not passing by that house. You're not going nowhere. That's your first stop to greet her that you're coming to town.
Thank you, D-Flow. Folks, I want to quickly take these two callers because they have been very patient and of course, and they're persistent as well. 0451 from New Jersey. Hello, welcome to the show. New Jersey number. 609. The last four digits 0451.
Hello.
Is it a New Jersey number?
Hello.
0451?
Yes, New Jersey. Yes, this is me.
Okay. There's a little feedback there, though. Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question, sir.
Actually, your reception, I'm receiving it so bad.
Okay, your reception is bad. Very bad. Let me see here. Is that his reception or my reception? I don't know. Okay. We have... hold on 1 minute, please. Let me see if I can connect this person on their line. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think we'll just do it with the call because the reception is bad. Want to go to Volcano, Mr. Shelton?
Yeah, you asked a question regarding why the zoos haven't done anything for Liberia civilization, infrastructure development. But let's come to balance the equation here. Two things here from my perspective is the preservation of heritage. They have to preserve the heritage. And so I don't hold it against them. The second thing is they don't want an infiltration of the Western ideology in their heritage. And so that's why they continue to preserve. You and I know for sure, right here in America, we have the Native American preservation. Instead of America, meaning the repatriated Americans who came here, jumping to a conclusion and demolish all of these reservations, to provide the incentives to protect those reservations and maintain the Native American heritage. Now, if they're using it for, negative purposes to bring the society down, then that's different. But also, we just celebrated Halloween yesterday. There's another believability around why there's Halloween. We have haunted houses here in America. We have other, pieces of tradition like exorcism and all these things. So, I think it's rested on the government to preserve these heritages, but in ways that, they can do good for the society, because the masonry is a heritage that's been preserved through the civilized, means. So we don't expect our native people to, go and bring bridges. Instead, they don't want bridges coming in to demolish what the heritage has been for years. So that is why we should balance it out, for giving them the protection, but holding them accountable when they utilize their heritage in the wrong way. For instance, D. Flo talked about sacrificing and doing things that, take lives away. So that would be my thought. It's the same for, any society all over the world,
I heard you when you said tradition.
I'm listening.
Okay. My older brother, he's late now. My father's older brother killed my brother. Okay. And said he killed my brother through the same ritualistic stuff because he felt at the time that the money my mother used to prepare my brother after he graduated high school, the money could back out. Why my mother should use that kind of money to celebrate my brother because he was graduating from high school. And those who live in Grand Jide that went towards Bishop Julie, the late Vincent Myers, and those that went to Montgomery College in the 80s. I think it was 1981, 82, when Vincent Myers came from Grand Jide and was graduating from the Montgomery College. He got sick. 3 days. The 4th day, he died. And my father's older brother confessed that I killed him because the money my brother's wife was using to buy or prepare him for graduation was too much, and that money could buy a cow. How does that develop Liberia? How does that develop somebody who wants to be somebody in the future?
Yeah, but it doesn't.
So
but even
why are we getting involved in the American people you mentioned that their ideology of getting involved in these things? They're living the best of lives. When you got electricity, my man, I went from Monrovia to in the middle of the town. The people only on Tuesday, the people will come for them to charge their cell phone. If you don't use your cell phone wisely, you will not charge your cell phone until the next Tuesday. In this day and age, Grand Bassa County, and that's just one of the counties. Go ahead, Shelton.
Yeah, but understood. Government should have the capacity to demolish anything, okay, and put what they want to put, eminent domain. Today, I hear people are crying on the government of Brazil that they're deforesting most of the preserves in the Amazon. But come back to Liberia. If the government wants to provide electricity and to bring electricity to the town, right? It doesn't change the fact that the people will still live in their tradition. Even though there's light, they'll still operate in the darkness. So we can't say all is preserved on the heritage or the societies. Let the government act. Let the government provide the infrastructure. Let the government does what it's supposed to do. In all cases, go to the preservations here in the Grand Canyons. Some of them don't have electricity because they still live in the reservation. They still live the way they want to live. Again, are they using the reservation to, destroy what is being developed around them? Are they killing people innocently for no reason, like D-Flow talked about? That's not the case. So again, in the case of your uncle killing your brother, that's just an individual mindset. That's jealousy. That's stupidity. And it happens in families where petty envy and jealousy, even in your workplace, So we can, equate personal issues to the greater, equation here. But the truth is, our societies will remain. They cannot be destroyed because that's what the people believe. Go to Haiti. Haiti is plagued with Buddhism. They even transition it to America in New Orleans because when they came as slaves to work in the plantations there, they traveled along with a tradition. And what is happening in New Orleans? They're protected under the law. Now, if they use their practices to harm people, then the same government, the same law should come in and take action. So I think D-Flow scratching his head. Maybe he has, something to say.
I will go to Sen first, but Shelton, your assertion of the same things happening over here, I mean, it's by choice. In Liberia, you have no choice. You are extremely poor. Okay, you are very poor. But
yeah, but truth be told, Liberia is poor because we have bad governance, and there's no secret about it. How can a country be endowed with the kind of gifts we have, natural resources, and yet we're underdeveloped? So it's bad governance, not from Weah, not from Ellie, not from Tiller, but from the inception of Liberia. So, of course, America had transitioned through 400 years. Through 400 years of development, and the founding fathers were concerned to provide the incentives, the amenities that you and I enjoy today. And why our founding fathers didn't do same. President Tubman was in power for 27 years. How much did he do? When Liberia's GDP was $1 billion. Many, many years ago, before you and I were born. So yes, so poverty plagues Liberia because of bad governance. That's the answer.
I should be asking you because you're the one coming around you to get on Facebook to say, I am a proud Congo man. That you're the one that said that, Volcano. Sam Jackson, go ahead.
That would be a whole nother discussion. That would be a whole nother discussion. I rest my case.
Listen, as for it's good that we're discussing some of the things that have conspired to keep us down. William R. Talbot was president of the World Baptist Alliance. He got Family of Men Award. This is a man that was engaged in fetishes in Liberia. The president of the World Baptist Alliance. Okay? And then let me talk about the leper society. The leper society, if you just Google it, it's a secret African society that dressed as lepers and they ate humans for success until the 20th century. But in Liberia, they ate people until almost like the 1990s. Okay? The leper society existed in parts of Africa between the 18th century and the early part of the 20th. And I'll just show you. They say these people are in Gabon, Nigeria, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Okay? They say by the 1800s, the highly feared and respected group started practicing cannibalism. Now, let's come to other societies that have their own secret society. I had an aunt who came to America who was a big Zoe. This woman, ASHFORD, I was so shocked. She made so much money. People used to fly her from all over. Even, my ex-wife was Haitian, and the Haitian believe in voodoo. When the Haitian people knew that this lady was a voodoo lady, she came down to Florida where we live, and they used to come and get her to these big mansions to do all kinds of things. As for in Louisiana,
carry a face all
yeah. In Louisiana, they have voodoo. In Brazil, they have the Santeria. In the Dominican Republic, they have all these things. But the difference between us and these people is their own is 5 and 10%, but our own the society, the heads of all the institutions have to belong to it in Liberia. You cannot become a president of Liberia. We all belonging to the Poro Society. We are joining the Masonic craft. Okay. If you and the traditional society, they look at every time any president come, they always build a big house or some kind of headquarters for them right there on Camp Johnson Road. That was the place where all the chiefs used to be. Right now on Tubman Boulevard, Samson Kawaden, Kasongana, hell of a building over there where all the chiefs and the Zizos, they come from all over these places. And all the press, they go to them, and they bow down to these chiefs. That's just the way your country is set up, my brother. Okay, until we move from that mindset and relinquish some of the things that have held us down for generations, we are not going to go anywhere. ASHFORD. Let me tell you, before I go, one last story. There was a boy that I raised. I found him. He was teaching some of his friends them. He was graduating from high school, and I said, go and call your parents in the interior to come and participate in your commencement. The boy told me, say, Papa, if I go in the village and tell my mom and papa graduating, they will kill me, I will not come back. I have to tell my mom and papa that I did something bad, that what you sending for them for. You hear me? So the boy had to go away to district number 4, Boo Boy, over there, and tell his father that he did something bad. That he was able to come. Or since that boy graduated, he has never gone back to the interior. He's back there, they will kill him. So I understand the story, what you were talking about, what you say, your own brother and how they kill him. In this 21st century, they are still doing it. ASHFORD. And even here, there are some Liberians here who go to these Sangomas, the Sangomas that come from South Africa. the voodoo woman that come from Benin, the other one that come from Nigeria and Gabon, they are right here in America. They're making medicine for people. They're sacrificing and doing all kind of stuff right here in this great United States.
Thank you. We want to go to D-Flow. D-Flow is a band that is believed to be part of this dark side. By the way, you were born again today, right? You say maybe you left the dark side, now you are Christian, correct? So you're no longer part of the Pearl Society and all the witchcraft thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was never
So
part
you're
of the
no longer part of
witchcraft,
the traditional society. Is that what you're saying?
well, when I go to, let's say, 2017, I followed JMB somewhere. I'm not going to give you more details. And then we went to Nimba County, some part behind Nimba, where General Thomas Kong, my mother's from Zogowe. There's a town behind there. We went there very late. And in this town, when we were about to do whatever they invited the old man for, as a member of the press, we stayed out of the process, and they went what they wanted to do. They did that. I really don't. I don't get myself involved into any of the activities again, because I just think that we have to move on as a nation and as a people. There's no good benefit. There's no benefit in our 175 years of believing that we can do all of these things. They are worth it, and there's nothing good that we see coming from all of it. One of the things that we see some of us here is what we're discussing tonight about the missing of three young people in Bon County, the county of my grandfather from Bokonima. My grandfather came from Bokonima, and I get hit by some of these things. I really don't. I don't think we are supposed to be practicing this. There's nothing good in it. Let me take you back. One of the things that I experienced in Zulu was my aunt, who was the head of the zoos there. Before, when she was getting, usually when you are in a society before you get older, when you get a certain age, you are asked to bring on somebody that will replace you, right? So they asked my mom, she asked my mom that my mom would be her replacement. So I have gone for school break, and my mom brought this conversation. I said, "Mommy, no, there's no way you're going to be replacement for your sister. You know, enough of this thing here." So my mom did not do that. So when she passed 2012, she was replaced by people who brought her into the society from the other side, because Zulu is a town that has more than, I think, 5,000 to 6,000, a very big town. I think it's the second biggest town in Zaza district, very big town. So the family that brought her into it were forced to replace her. So my mom did not go to replace her because I didn't see the need for it to continue to happen in our family. So I kind of stepped in and told my mom that just stay out of it and don't be a part of anything that has to do with this tradition. So go far again. Another sister of mine, another aunt of mine, who was also a member of the society, passed, I think, sometime last year. So my mom was going to Zulu, so she asked about it. We're going to do this traditional something. So I'm like, "Oh, you guys go and do that. I wish you guys good luck." But I always tell my mom that it is about time to move on. Now, no disrespect to our tradition. I'm not here to say I'm here to denigrate or to no condescending to our tradition, but it is about time that we quiet down. Too many things are happening too fast. Too many things are happening too fast. So until somebody can convince me that there are benefits for the women and men, then of course, or to the country, then we can continue to go on. But I just think that we have to move on. The nation needs to move on as a nation. It's too much of the tradition, people controlling the system. In politics, think about this, right? Every top politician in Liberia is member of some kind of tradition. You guys are talking about the Dakwana position. The Dakwana's position. Are you killing me? President, we are fighting for the position of Dakwana. Oh, Samuel Doe was called Tanu, right? Tanu in Bayama district, and you own the town. That's what they call Tanu. You own the town. It's just like a zoo. You are the chief zoo. Tanu. But other places in Lofa County, when you go, they don't call you Tanu. Like, for example, in Salaye district, there's no Tanu. In Zara district, there's no Tanu. Foya district, there's no Intanu.
So,
But
Diflo,
Intanu,
are you still part of the society, the tradition?
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Well, hold that thought. Want to go back to the telephone line now, and on the line we have 3291. Want to say a big thank you for your patience so far. You're live on the radio.
How you doing, Giant?
How you doing?
I saw Gary the Giant. I said, how you doing?
God is good. Too blessed to be stretched.
Thank you very much for the conversation. The conversation today is very, very interesting. Well, anyway, my name is Henderson, and I speak on South Dakota first.
Okay.
Today, I really, I've been watching your show, but I never really call your show. But today, there are certain people on your show. They are really educated with the Liberian people because what the Liberian during the days of old, what they believe in, that's they destroy us today, that's they destroy our nation, and they keep destroying it because of their belief. And this belief, they came again, they start to empower the born, the newborn, and they start to prepare a way for the unborn people or the unborn children. So it keeps affecting us today. Like my brother D-Floor saying, where D-Floor talking about Zolowo, D-Floor is from Zolowo and I'm from Salary. It's like a 30-minute drive. If you are working, it's like an hour and 30 minutes in between there. If you know or where D-Floor talking about, the time is big, but it's big in big again when we talk about tradition. Let me just tell you a story about me, about myself.
I'll give you 2 more minutes because you were holding on for a long time. So you have 2 more minutes to just conclude because there are a lot of other folks that are in line, okay?
Yeah. I was just like 28 years of age in Salary Town, and when I started building, I started to build a house. Traditional people come out to tell me I am a little boy. I'm not supposed to build a house. I'm still supposed to be living with my parents. And then I was building a 5-bedroom house. They tormented me to the extent I nearly gave up. But then I sent for my father to come for investigation to help me in the process. My father was living with Benjamin, and then I called him, he came. When he came, he said, this thing, there is no investigation. I'm just going to do what I can do. My father went to the Niham Batan. My father brought a common leaf. They told him this leaf. Everyone that giving your son hard time, your son just squeeze the leaves in his hand. And from today on, if any of them talk to him, come back to me. And my father brought that leaf to me. And I begin to, what all they told him, say, get the leaf to your son. Everyone that giving him hard time, let him call their names on it, and he squeezed it at half, like when you up in tea, you cut yourself, of course, like squeezing that leaf, and then to put the water to your soul. After I squeezed those leaves in my hand, and calling those guys' name on it. For that day, I saw on the I traveled to the United States, to America. Those guys used to come and then ask me for $5, $10 to go and buy pound one.
Wow.
So instead, I'm saying leaves can work.
Thank you.
Leaf, God put leaf in the bush. They make paracetamol, they make AS, they make all the local, all the drugs thing. But we use a different way.
Thank you, my
That's
brother.
what make it evil.
Thanks for your contribution. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a 770 number. The last 4 digits of your number, 4619. Please tell us your name.
Good afternoon, ASHFORD. This is Stephen Olufumi Adams.
Welcome to the show, Steve. It's been a minute.
Great show tonight. Great show tonight. And before I start, I just want to tell everybody on this forum, I joined the Power Society when I was 8 years old. When I got back to Liberia in 2006, I reconfirmed and reconstituted my commitment and my my membership in the Power Society. But what has been transpiring over the last several weeks relative to the BLAMO affairs and all of the killings horrified me. Because the Power Society that I'm a member of don't do any of those stupid things. Don't do any. I can tell you that 100%. All of the people on my mother's side, the 5 people on my mother's side, from Kipman, my granduncle, my uncle, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, they were all souls and members of the Power Society and Sunday Society. This stuff is just hair-raising. I'm a member of the Power Society. I participate in the Power Society. I've got 2 masters in information technology. I've raised to the rank of director in corporate America. I do very well. All of my children went to school like Stanford and Princeton. They're doing very, very well. And this Power Society that's going on in Liberia right now, that criminal activity that's going on is simply a figment of the imagination and a development from the devil himself. The devil, not meaning the country devil that I participate in, meaning the devil from the Judeo-Christian era that are corrupted and damage all of our African society. Yes, we should practice and believe in our heritage. Yes, we should go about maintaining and doing things that keep us as people with a culture and a custom. Draining somebody's blood for 3 days to mine diamond or gold, that's not part of our culture.
Thank you.
Our culture is more associated and aligned with things like the Mason, like the UBS. Those are all things that are just association, my friend.
Thank you.
So I would never leave the Power Society, and the Power Society is not a bad thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And, you know, and I just love the discussion.
Do you mind if I
Hold on. No, hold on. I have 2 more callers. Then we'll go back to the. You know, I just love the conversations in the way you don't see people abusing, you know, the name, the name calling, all that stuff. You know, I know when I lived in Grand Jude County, I joined the society. I'm not sure if it was the Poor Society, but the society that I joined was not the one to harm people or kill people, you know. So I have the traditional part of me. We want to go back to the line. We have this Minnesota number, 3168.
Yeah. Hello?
Tell us your name.
Terry calling from Minnesota.
You're live on the radio. Go ahead, make a point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dolly. I want to believe that is one of the problems. In fact, it's not the major problem that we have. And we should not beat around the bush. Mr. Jackson said it, and all those guys in the studio know exactly that this is why Liberia is not prospering. We need to first look at the Sunday Society also. The Sunday Society involved with female mutilation. We're talking about our young girls rape and all of that. We're talking about somebody using razor blade to cut a child. What do they use to mutilate those little girls that go to the Sunday Society? And people are thinking that these societies are good. All right? Let us be real honest. Or every one of us from this, our background, we came from these societies and we see how much they have affected every Liberian. Every Liberian got a story, some way, somehow to explain about this society. All right? The UBF play a major role in killing people, all right, in Liberia. The UBF, most people only look at the Masonic. I believe the Masonic too is highly demonic and they do ritualistic killing, but the UBF is one of the most dangerous society in Liberia. And they carry on their heart-wrenching a lot. You understand, eh? And there is no way. I was in Wulapulu. Wulapulu is on the Sanoni Highway. I was doing timber business in Wulapulu. There's a society called the Snake Society, which is a branch of the Poor and Sunday Society. When you go to those butchers, you have to join the Snake Society. All right. When I was there, they brought it to me. I told them I couldn't. I got sick They had to rush me to town because I refused to join the society. All right. They have the snake society. You have to join the snake society. And when you join the snake society, no snake can bother you. And when you go there, they will put the snake all on you. My team, I went with, half of my team joined the society. I was the only person that refused. And because of that, I got sick. They had to rush me to town. In that same place, there's another place they call Yanikole. On the way to Sanoye, there's a place they call Yanikole. When you branch off from Turuka, going to Sanoye, there's a creek in the town that you see catfish with bamboo seeds on the head. Nobody's fishing in that particular creek. You can't kill them. They come there. When you go over the creek, you call them, they will come. Or if you're a woman in the town, you are not getting pregnant. Once you stand over that creek, and you ask the fishes to give you children, you will get pregnant.
Thank you.
Your husband sleep with you will get pregnant.
Thank you.
All right. So these are societies that have been causing, and they do develop the people. The people still live. They still sleeping on baboon stick and in mud houses. All right. With all these powers they have, they do develop the people. Look at the type of war we fought. Look at the amount of people that died. These societies do develop the people. All right. So we need to progress from those things. It's very, very dangerous for us.
Thank you.
That's my own contribution. Thank you.
Let me just say something quick.
You always have the last word. I beg you. The people have been in queue for a long time, you know, and we have to give them the chance. I only have 2 callers on the line, then we'll just conclude because I have another show coming on. We have our 609 number. Hello, you're live on the radio.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
You're live on the radio. Tell us your name.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me on. My name is James. As you can see on the Facebook, I'm Charlotte James Square.
Yeah.
Actually, my name is Kodi.
You told me to bring you on, and I couldn't, just you how to bring you on, you know.
I'm on. My name is Kodi. I'm from Lofa County.
You're live on the radio. Everybody listening to you now.
All right. Thank you very much. First of all, I think we need to make a distinction between our tradition and culture with regard to what people are doing as criminality. I will not link a culture or tradition of the poor society, as somebody talk about, to criminality. What we have to understand here is this. There is a government-managed situation going on here. I don't want us to leave what the issue is to get into discussing our culture and tradition. In as much as I have lived here so many years abroad, both in Norway and in America, I still do believe that our people, the purpose of their tradition and culture is meant to help people. There is nowhere I have seen that they kill people. Okay? When they kidnap you to develop your mind and also develop you traditionally so that you are able to do some other things. Like, for example, I didn't know how to cut a palm nut, to climb on a palm nut. When I went to the bush, I learned it from there. I didn't know how to swim. I learned it from the bush. Okay? And by virtue of introduction, I have been the Kolbai from Dezoba. The Kolbai, if anybody is from Nima County, from Bon County, from Lofa County, and of course, probably from the Bomi, you will understand what is a Kolbai. The Kolbai is the one that leads the devil. He's a messenger from the devil. And what they do is that they are not killing anybody. When we make a sacrifice, what we do is that we use animals. We use like animal like goat. We use sheep. We use cow. We use chicken. We use dog. Nobody from our tradition will ever use a human being. Using a human being is much more linked to a governmental job or either a government-managed tradition. Hello?
We're listening to you. You got 1 more minute. 1 more minute, please.
Okay.
Gotta go.
One more minute. Thank you very much. ASHFORD, I think we are leaving the whole thing. That's why I agree with VOLCANO SHELTON. It's very right. Let nobody discourage you to leave your tradition and culture. Yeah, I live here in America. I can guarantee you I have been to places where people manage their tradition and culture. It's not meant to do any harm. It is meant to help people. And I'm so confused about D-Flow from, I don't know how long he lives here. D-Flow from, what I can tell you is that I was invisible when the two boys was missing in 1988. How we found those two boys, when we linked them, we got to find out at the end that those two boys were missing because people had wanted to sacrifice them into getting a job. That's what they do. That is criminality. That is not a tradition of which I am a member of. I'm a foreign man, I'm a Kolba, I can tell you. And even as now, if I go back to Liberia, I will still be a member. I'm still a member, but it's not meant to harm anybody.
Thank you. And I want to skip over Volcano to go to D-Flow because D-Flow is traditional. And just before we go to D-Flow, folks, just so you know that I just told you that my older brother was killed by my father's older brother for male jealousy. And my mother was crying. And she said, when will Ashford grow up to start working to take care of men? And at the time, when they sent me to school, I would just abandon school and go to the Providence Island and get dance culture. I was part of the Yakon culture troupe, the cultural ambassador. I was just there. I want to play tate. I don't want to go to school. They sent me to school. I just run away, you know. So the old man said, you know what we can do with this man, we send him to Grand Jude. And that was one of the best things my mother did, to send me to Grand Jude to my uncle. I learned how to speak my tribe. I learned the culture. And then I joined the society. But the society that I joined was not harmful. You know, and when I say I joined the society is because my uncle, who was there as a disciplinarian, was like, Astro, you have to do this, that, and the other. And not clearly understanding what I was involved with. I was there, but I never saw people harming people. We have fun. We have fun with the society. And it was just all men. Women will have to even think twice when they hear that the devil was coming, they have to run away. I can't go too deep because this is a society. But it was not a society that was associated with harming people. D-Flow.
Yes, sir. What, you want me to go on now?
Yes, I just called your name.
Okay, thank you, Gib. Nice to hear from my brother from Salary Town. I also went to school in Salary. And my other brother from the Vanyama district, because he sounds a little bit different from the lawman from Zaza district. He looks like somebody from the Vanyama belt, which is quite a different language from what they speak in where I grew up in the Zaza belt. Yes, he's right in part. And let me just make this clarification. When you talk about a tradition, there are two different, we're talking about two different groups of people here. So when we talk about the poor society, the women's society, these two societies are not about murdering people. They don't grab people and say, you got to sacrifice. My aunt was never involved in that. It never happened like that. Like, for example, when I talk about the devil being close, our house being close to the devil fence and all of that, where when the devil comes out, it has to stop by our house and greet my aunt before the devil can move on, because that is part of the tradition, the routine for the devil. It never happened a day that the devil will come. Even if she's not in town, the devil must stop. It's a tradition. The devil must stop. That house, the devil can never pass that house and enter the town without greeting my aunt, because it's part of the culture. And then when you go to the other side where the women and the men they meet, well, I can tell you, I used to be one of those that will lead the team. Lead a team. That was not something that you do to kill people. It's just an educated program. It's something to grow, to just bring you to an African tradition in a different way. It was not something that they would say, oh, you, my aunt, send you, say, for your aunt is the biggest. Oh, this is our time for her to sacrifice somebody from the family. That's not what we practice in Zulu. That's not what they practiced there when I was there. So they are right in part. But my point of argument here is, what is the whole thing about? If this thing is about not helping to grow our nation, the minds of the people in the right direction. The other gentleman talked about how he learned how to harvest palm nut by going to the bush. I never learned how to harvest palm nut by going to the bush. No, I learned that from outside. That was not one of those things I learned from the society. You know, some of the things I learned from the society were quite different. How to greet people, what kind of sign you will create, when you meet people of the same caliber. If you want to know, if I enter the town, people who are not members of the society, I can recognize them by my greeting. I don't have to open my mouth. They're just a signal that I need to throw out. I can tell who is not a member of the society. And when the devil comes outside, I can tell who is not very close to the devil. There are different positions everybody stands. The other do talk about how he positioned to lead the devil. That's correct. Whenever you hear the word Korba is the person that has caused the devil. He's for the right. He's right in that. That person has caused the devil to the town. That person controls the movement of the devil. The person controls how long and where the devil is supposed to lead, because the person is leading the devil. He's right in that. Those are things that they do in Lofakan. So my point here is not to say every society in Lofa is involved in killing. No, that's not what I'm here to say. I respect our tradition, but my point is, how long can we carry on this?
Shelton.
All right. Honestly, I've never joined a society, whether civilized or indigenous, but I've been around a lot of people who've been part and are parts of these different societies. But two things I want to point out here. One is cultural preservation. Every society, every group of people do everything to preserve the culture. And that's the overarching theme of the group of people. In your family, Ashford, you have your own traditions in your house. Mr. D Flo cannot come in your house, and just do whatever he wants to do. You have your tradition in your house. Same for me. And I will do anything to protect the tradition in my house. The way I run my house, the way I invite my stranger or my family or my acquaintances or friends, and I expect that they will conform. Okay? So I wanted to say that. So when we talk about issues regarding these societies and the myth around what they do, I just think the anomaly in all of this are certain people. Okay? It's not the overall society. Certain people who want personal gains will do those sacrifices, but because they are members of these societies, whether the Mason, because I heard a brother who flat out say that the UDF and Mason, they kill people. That's not true. I wouldn't believe that that's true. I wouldn't believe that. But I would believe that certain people, certain members, perpetrate their own crimes, based on what they want for their personal gains. Sacrificing humans, the Sandy, the Poro, all of these societies have people who will go contrary. But it's all because of the personal aggrandizement. It has nothing to do with the general society or overall society. And so that would be my position. And, in closing for this argument, we've spent a lot of time on it because, of course, it came about as a result of what people are saying regarding the three missing young men. That is for ritualistic purpose, and the societies are involved. They're kept on an island. There's old people and all of that. But I would say that it wouldn't be the overall society that is doing this. It would be people within the society, and they can be mapped up and brought to justice.
Okay, Sam Jackson. Sam, unmute your mic.
Sure. Look, this is a great, learning experience for all of us.
Speak a little louder.
I'm not here to. Okay, I'm not here to denigrate outsiders. Okay, I'm basically here to talk about some of the things that have kept us down for generations, for centuries, and we live in a modern age today. And if you just look around us, if you look at our surrounding countries, many of them are making much more progress than we are. But they also have their societies. I mean, make no mistake about that. Okay? One of the things that have kept us down is the fact that we don't love each other. One of the things I see with this St. Moses thing is how the relationship between St. Moses and the people around him seem to be like the rich man, reaching out to the poor people, and that's how Liberian big shots live. And Ashford, you know that very well.
Of course.
Of course. Yes. And I'm looking again, and I'm going to make reference to my own children. Okay, let's just say my children, and they came to visit me in Marshall. Poor people. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. They came to visit me in Marshall, and it was lit at night. And they said they have to go to America tomorrow, and they want to cross the Farmington River on a canoe because they cannot drive to go to Shuffling and then take the road to go to Roberts Field. So they want to get on a canoe and their suitcases on there. Ashford, can you see me allowing my children that I birthed, I spent a lot of time and energy to bring them to where they are, to get up on the canoe with their suitcases because they have to get a flight to come back to Atlanta? See, when you look at human beings and you put yourself in the position of these people, most of them are in the States. They talked about the other day. I cannot imagine him allowing his daughter was making all that noise, excuse my language, but very ghetto, cussing people, for her to get on the canoe to cross. Even at 5 o'clock in the evening, she won't allow that. To allow the people children to have home on the canoe at that time of the night, and not having any kind of good explanation so far. He should be like the sister of the young man said that he's acting defensive. I think he should be acting like he's them. Their family have one goal, and that one goal happens to be how they first people alive or leaving their bodies if they're dead. Them a fitting memorial or a fitting thing, but all he's concerned about is, they will never find the bodies. I don't care what you do. I just have to accept my condolences. And he wants to move on. As far he's very anxious to move on.
I know.
Yeah, and and it does not appear like he's grieving family. If you a priest you should call a priest to have a conclave with this people, to meet with them at some church. Yes, let me just beg you, after call these people.
Hold on,
you're gonna really catch my heart for.
I'll come back to you.
Wrap this stuff. We're wrap this stuff up. Almost 4 o'clock now.
That's right. We're wrapping it up. And folks, I'm telling you, I am going to go around the room 1 minute each. 1 minute each. Then we can call this, because I have another show coming on in the next hour they have, But let get a load. Look at them, they're calling again. They probably can't get out. They building as well. Yeah.
They like you.
They're full of God bless you.
They want to hear from me too.
Yeah, I tell you. They're still calling. Your call. God bless you, and then we'll bless you too. And then when we bless you, then I bless him. You know, thank you so far, folks. The viewers, the callers. Just so you know that Bridge Radio Africa is here for you. They're not only like brand people listening. Yeah, also the Assistant Secretary for African Affairs. They're all listening to us. You think that fun? They're not fun though. So you might be joking in our country there and thinking that their country just belongs to a certain people. This country belongs to all of us. And we are coming. And folks, just so you know, but next week, I will be in Liberia. I'm not joking. Next week, I will be in Liberia. And the week start today, that's Sunday, right? So Sunday, the week start today, not the week, but next week, I'll be in Liberia. 1 minute each. Volcano SHELTON.
So let me give the other two brothers the chance, and then I'll be the last person.
D-Flow.
Yeah. you know when I'm reading some of the comments here, right? But let me wrap it up by saying thanks for the invite, and it has been long overdue. As the host of Liberia Destiny Debaters, I decided that after hearing from most of the members of the show and Liberians at home and also in the diaspora who allow politicians to be politicians, advocates to be advocates, and those of us who are doing journalism to be journalists as we go on Liberia Destiny Debaters. And then in closing to when it comes to what happened, what's going on with those three gentlemen in Bon County, I'm appalled and ashamed of myself to think and sit here to want to tell you that they are still alive. I can fully assure you. We just have to pray. We just have to pray because you don't give anything to the devil and take it back.
Hold on. I just wanted to say this before I pass it. Sam, somebody just said this is the best show they have ever heard you on. Sam Jackson, just so you know. Go ahead.
Let us send me cash app now. Okay, I beg them, yeah.
If I beg, go ahead, D-Flow.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Meet the phone, Sam.
You go talk. My brother called from it's a great thing. I just want us to go and prove that we can go and find these people. If there are benefits to what we do, I still want to be a part. I'm not to say I'm not part of the society. The good side, yes, I am. But that killing machine that they carry on those who are killing people, don't catch me there, though. That's not what I practice in Lofa County. That's not what they practice in my hometown of Zulu, my adopted town. So if you think you're from Vanyama district, you can go and find those people, they are alive. I will want to be on the radio and hear you say, these are the people, the police were not able to find them. But we found them as traditional leaders. Go and prove me wrong. I wish you good luck.
Okay, D-Flow, just before you leave, I have a quick question for you. When you introduced the debaters, you have government officials from all levels on your platform. The opposition came on your platform from all levels. Today, because you took side, because you supported George Ware, you brought the morale of your platform down. When you went to Liberia, according to what we gather, you were seeking job. When George Weah didn't give you the job, you got angry, came back to America, and started insulting George Weah. You have reintroduced the platform. Tell us about your regrets and your way forward.
You know, as a human being, age is a factor. Experience is a factor. People around you, they play a role into what you do. And I'm not one of those people that will sit down and say I don't regret some of the things I have said over the few months. Actually, when I joined the CDC, when CDC through Finance Minister Samuel Toy when he asked me to support the CDC to protect them in the diaspora and also in Liberia. I said some bad things against the opposition. Then I flipped the table. I left the CDC, and here I am. You know, I have heard too many things from my friend. I got too many friends in the CDC. I was on one show this morning. I said I can need more than 25 ministers of George Manawia. I can walk to George Manawia. I don't need to be introduced to him. Nathaniel McGill used to be on the debaters. You said it right. The debaters are one of the talk shows in the diaspora that are waiting, that people who call and say, hey, I want to come on the debaters. Ellen Jones will leave. People wanted to come to the debaters. We built a network. But all of that went down the drain when I thought I'm doing something to help George Manawia or my country to serve my country, right? Here we are. When I left the CDC, all I hear from the people, that's one of the reasons why Liberia's politics, I just want to go back to the middle. Whatever side you support, they love you. When you flip the table, you are a criminal. You are a job seeker. You are everything in a book. Let them go ahead and say it. When I joined the CD, most of my friends in the opposition were calling me names as a job seeker. What I said to them, look at me, I've been in America for 20 years. Out of the 20 years, everything that I have earned, by the grace of the Almighty God, is most of it in Liberia. I provide jobs for people in my hometown. If you want me to say I'm a job seeker, I am not a job seeker. I will never work in any government by the grace of God, never. So I don't need to be in a position where I should. That's why I say politicians will be politicians. Advocates will be advocates. Those of us that are in the media business, we will take our position and remain in the media business and allow politicians to fight. Because think about this, ASHFORD. Yesterday, citizens that were in the opposition, but they spent 12 years in the opposition. These are people, there is no top citizens that they don't know, cannot say they know DFLO. I have heard about the man they call DFLO. No top citizen. You can name all of them. Today, when you flip the table, they are in power. We are enemy of the state. We are enemy of the state. There are few ministers that stay in the government I can talk to. Molba Modu can call me. There are few ministers in the government I can stay call me. But so that's why it is. I regret some of the things I said, especially when I refer to the president in some condescending way. But sometimes when people give you a reason, and some part of you just tell you that you have to take the gloves off for people to understand there is something part of all of us. God creates all of us with something in us that you have to respond. Sometimes you might not choose your voice in the right direction. Some might be negative, right? I regret some of my things that I said against other people. I said some things against Alexander Cummings. I call him a Kongwa. Because when I was with the CDC, citizens were asking me to push this message against the Kongwa.
In this case, I'm not asking about Alexander Cummings. I'm asking about you from the opposition point, because you appeared as a representative to talk on behalf or in behalf of the opposition towards George Weah. I'm asking you about your regrets.
I do regret because you see what happened when you give your support to somebody, when they walk to you. I never walked to the CDC, I have said that. And nobody in the CDC can say DFLO walked to us. Nobody. I got text messages between what my activity with the CDC, between Samuel Toy and myself. Nothing Samuel Toy cannot say publicly that DFLO came here for job. No. Samuel Toy should have given me 2 radio stations that the government promised. That's how I left Roots FM to go to and work to support the CDC government. So I do regret against some of the things that I put against there. And that is why I have been listening to many of my members and friends of Liberia, people like you, and I decided that I'm going back in the middle. I want to host debates. I have no more interest in criticizing any side, because tomorrow they are your side, you are good for them. Tomorrow you are evil for them. So who I am to say? I'm not a politician. I'm not looking for a job in Liberia.
And
so
there's no way the CDC will receive you when you spoke or tried to speak against them in the past. There's no way. They are different kind of people. And to hear people say, oh, ASHFORD has been bought by George Weah, you have to think again. People abused my dead mother. People call me names. People distanced themselves from watching my shows because they assume that George Weah bought me And I will continue to say this. If George Weah does good, I will talk about it. In a place where he needs help, in a place where our country is not going in the right direction, I will talk about this. Perhaps there are some things George Weah is doing in Liberia that we don't know about. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going to Liberia next week. And I will be in Liberia next week. I will go from city to city, town to town. You know, listen, I'm a warrior. I'm a crime man. Nobody can scare me from going to my own country, man. Are you kidding me? 10 more seconds, then I'll go to Sam Jackson and go and conclude with Shelton.
As for you see, as I said, let me repeat here. Those of us in the media business, we have to remain on our. Let's just remain in the media business. Don't support one side against the other side. Advocates should continue to be advocates. Pedro Costa is a politician. He's an advocate politician, right? That's a good role he's playing. He played two roles. I want to remain. I want to go back to my position where I was before I joined the CDC. Can you imagine we built a network that almost every government official in the Ellington Valley wanted to talk to us?
The people say we're going to tire. Shelton, the person you tire.
It was very interesting. Every weekend when they said 7 p.m. Liberia time, and United States time in the United States, a lot of people will be willing to listen to the debaters. All of that was destroyed in less than just for me to post that I have decided to support the CDC. And you know what I got from there? Una insults. Insults. That's all I got from there. Nothing.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody, what is in the Gerson Glory? Somebody asked for you called President Weah names. Yes. And I'm saying this. I call President Weah name. I have no regrets of calling his name. I was angry. I was emotional. But the people, what we think mean well for the country, they will be more dangerous than President Weah. You know why? You have opposition politicians. In the day, they call themselves politicians. In the night, they call George Weah and ask him for favors. You gotta pretty tell us who you are. And these are people where we spend our own money. You know what it means to go to your 401k and take $1,000 to go to Liberia to support a politician, only to find out that the politician is very selfish, is all about himself and his family. He doesn't give a damn about you. Then you come in and say, after you yourself, you call President Weah. Yes, I did call his name. And I have no regrets that I call his name. He's the president of the country. That bad the people did, they say, oh, the boat people giving us hard time. Let us bring somebody to help us with the country. And when you come to power, the first thing you start to do is to enrich yourself, to break down your old home and build new ones, to build duplexes at the expense of Liberia and the poor Liberian people. You play soccer at a very high level. You made a lot of money. Why you didn't build the homes? Oh, you're president now, so you can do these things. We can all get pissed off. But then I said, what the essence of doing this? When the same people that are speaking against their president are just waiting in line to enrich themselves. And they will be worse. They will be worse than George Weah when you give them the opportunity. Now I'm hearing people want to cause trouble. Cause your trouble all you want. Don't bring that nonsense to me. Listen, half of my generation was killed during the war, including my father. My children don't have the luxury of grandparents. When you want to talk about bringing war or bringing some type of trouble, don't tell me about it, because when you tell me, I will expose you. My parents don't have grave. My relatives don't have grave. When they say, oh, decoration day or memorial day, y'all go to graves, right? I don't have that luxury. So if you think that this president is not doing well, go to the ballot box and unseat him. I'm not a fan of George Weah. No. But I have something that the Liberia needs, that George Weah needs. I have a gift. And I'm going to Liberia next week. I double dare anybody to tamper with me. More gradient, more quick. Gisifanico. Want to go back to Sam Jackson, then we'll conclude with Volcano Shelton. Sam, you're live.
Well, thank you very much. And this is the longest show than on without paying. So, but look, seriously, I think, you know, I'm switching a little bit now before I go, and an olive branch to the Liberia, President George Manneh Weah, and the officials of the government. You know, Liberia is not moving in a direction that is going to bring benefits to the Liberian people. And all of the things that are happening, we can just stop. You know, they can just stop. Liberian people are very forgiving. The 16 bill, 25, the 49 condos, the rebuilding of his houses there. He wants to move the country in a direction. I'm never interested in a job. For 17 years, since Charles Taylor left on August 11, 2003. That's 17 years ago. I have never worked for anyone. You know, I'm living in the scene for the last 20 years. I have the same wife. I have the same bed. I have the same car. You know, and I'm doing as I did in 2003. My life hasn't changed. I don't need $1 million. If you give me $1 million a day, I'm not gonna buy a new car. I'm not gonna get a new wife. I'm not gonna build a new house. You know, the thing I'll do if I get $1 million, I will help more people. I will pay more school fees. I will educate more children. I will open more businesses. I will employ more people. And this is what Liberia is all about. Because I don't want my old ass to be here in America, okay, on a winter day to be on the beach right now.
Sam,
So, there.
Facebook, Facebook.
Okay, no, so basically, this is a white flag, and not a flag of surrender, but it's a flag of peace. There's a flag, you know, that of olive branch. Let us all get together. The killings in Liberia, or not, or rather the deaths. Let's find out what's going on. So you need to bring peace to Liberia. You need to bring tranquility to the country. Whatever I can do to stay to you.
Thank you, Sam.
Expertise, I'll be more.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. Shelton.
Well, thank you, ASHFORD. I want to stay on course. I think the whole idea for this conversation had to do with the missing guys. But not only that, I want to add in the other people who justice has not been, implemented for, meaning the other folks who died. We understand that the government is still doing investigation. Autopsy is being done. But I would pray and implore the government to give unfolding development regarding these incidents through the media, through the spokesperson of the police, so that at least the public can be informed, stay attached, and hopefully we can come to a closure. So again, thanks for the opportunity. And, we had a very long discussion, but very good. We kind of drifted, but it was still in line with, what the original topic was. So again, thanks to the other guys who were on, D-Flow and Mr. Jackson. Your contribution was meaningful.
D-Flow is still on, so.
Yeah, and so I just want to say thank you again. I hope we can continue these discussions. But in my final last word is that the government has to go on with these investigations, do what it should do, give updates to the Liberian people, bring other partners if they, really mean business, international partners. The government is a part of ECOWAS. Bring some of those folks from, other sub-regional countries to show transparency and give updates to the people regarding all of the deaths and all of the unfolding events regarding things that are happening that brings bad image to Liberia. Thank you.
Shelton, I leave for Liberia next week. Bridge Radio has gotten the attention of not only Liberians, but folks in other parts of Africa, including America and the rest of the diaspora, because of some of the things that the year us talk, and at this point, folks, at this point, Shelton, we have to continue inform and educate and entertain our people in Liberia. Listen, the government needs help, but the government is not doing well. They're not doing enough to empower the people who speak for them. Shelton, there are a lot of folks that cry out every day that work for the government. I'm talking about on the ministerial levels. You have a president who thinks about himself. You have a minister of the state who thinks about himself. You have people in government that never earn $100 a month in their entire life. They come to power, they're building homes within 60 to 90 days. Listen, when you don't work hard, then you have something that is just a temporary success. Where do you turn when the table turns? It's just so sad for our country. And we'll continue to do what we have to do as just folks who love Liberia and love the people of Liberia. Shenton, go ahead, bro.
I mean, yeah, again, I think earlier on I said it's bad governance. While we may attribute a lot of other things regarding the discussion we had, poorer society, the societies holding the country back. No. I wouldn't even subscribe to that. I think the people we put in power, their intent, but also I put it on the Liberian people because they're gullible, they're vulnerable, they're susceptible to all of these things, and they speak of, nothing that impacts them. And even if they were attempting to do that, they're always divided on these issues. So we have a long battle. But until God blesses us with the right leadership, the right group of people who mean business, and who really want to partner with the international community in transparent ways to develop Liberia to new dimensions, and the citizens themselves change the mindset, begin to look at Liberia as the prize, gift, the things that, they will also contribute rather than petty gossips, petty hatred, divide, bad mouthing and all of that. We're not going to go anywhere, no matter who you put there. But I think, again, it boils down to our collective pride as a people and the things that we want for our country. And your platform provides the opportunity to talk about some of the ills in society. Hopefully those discussions will be objective, not on the left, not on the right, but right in the center. And hopefully we can cross over to the other side to change the image of our country and improve, the living standard of our people, bring development to the country, and, we can begin to be seen again, as the beacon of hope in Africa, the first oldest republic will be able to show some very, very credible outputs that will put us back in the community of nations.
Well, Mr. Barton Kula is asking why we don't have the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police. Maybe he just got on the platform. We said earlier that a couple of days ago when we had the show and asked why the Justice Minister, the Chief of Police, and the spokesperson of the police, and I said on the show, the beginning of the show, that I received a call today from Moses Carter, the chief, that is the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police. And I said to him I was going to be calling him. So I made several attempts in contacting Moses Carter, okay, who happens to be the spokesperson of the police. And he didn't answer. So, Batu, just to answer your question, I made an attempt in getting in contact with Mr. Carter, but he didn't pick up the phone. Apparently, he was busy or something else, you know. Shelton, my brother, this is not a game. Let's continue to do this, not only for us, for more Liberia. Your partner statement.
I want to thank you. I want to thank the listeners for being patient for this marathon show. It's been a long one today, but I think we had some good discussions around the issues. What I would hope for, again, just to reiterate, is that the government will take swift actions to investigate the process of all the deaths that came about recently, including the last for the 3 victims. Who are alleged to be dead, providing logistics, bringing credibility to the investigation process, seek, help from the international community, because we know logistics is an issue. The trained mind is an issue in Liberia, lack of, the kinds of education needed. But if we can subscribe to the sub-region, the Organization of African Unity, and utilizing expertise through the American Embassy to have more credibility in the process and bring transparency, it will be very important for the government image and for Liberia, because the government owes it to the families, to Moses, to the citizens, and to the image of the country. And this will be my thought, and I will hope that the police director, the justice minister, the chief justice, the president of Liberia will give the mandate and, provide the support to these different apparatuses in the country. The Ministry of Information will make statements, the police will make statements, will give update and development on the case or cases, since there are multiple cases, just to allay the fear of the people, even as we project toward the elections, in December, so that if we can bring closure to most of these incidents, it will help transition us through that election for peace and security. Thank you so much, ASHFORD.
Thank you, Shelton, and as always, Ben, I've been looking forward to talk to you. We are going to have a series of shows just before I take off to Liberia next week. So just so
But
you know.
even if you're in Liberia, just link up with me. I can be here, you can be there. That's the beauty of technology now. So.
Because I will be in Liberia, on the grounds, and you can be on yet.
I'll be in the diaspora.
All right, my brother. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Oh, Lord. The Roberts International Airport next week. I will be coming through that airport in Liberia. I miss my country. I love my country. I'm coming home. Nanjiro yo. Oh man. Folks, I'm going to get ready for the next show later on. But just before then, as always, tough times don't last. Tough people do. The height of a man is never known until he rises, because you know what? There's no second chance to make that first impression. Don't see okra and swallow bone. Because you can't hide your nakedness from beef and bucket. When God bless you, don't see that medicine. When crawfish come from underneath the water and see the crocodile here sweating, don't say that lie. A bald-headed man does not walk on the moonlight. Jere, c'est tout pas yege. Zebon play on that. Jaco me on G. Bodo blai, Badeko ye bodo see. Mon gradion. Mon cloya dueblo. Ndi mo ina za. Mama na kwa Jimmy. The medicine of the microphone, the golden voice of Liberia. This is the brother who doesn't eat iron, but he's definitely stronger than lion. The broadcast commissioner, ASHFORD GARLEY, talk to you in just a little bit. Have fun. Battle cooler because the bald head was short. That's why a bald-headed man does not walk on the moonlight. When you go under the moonlight, the bald head will show, Batu. Batu, you get the answer now? The bald head will show, bro. Oh, man. Boom, 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 boom.